der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben.
The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Damit begrüßen wir natürlich nochmals die Fans jetzt auch im deutschen Stream. Ja, parallel jetzt eingestiegen mit der Vorberichterstattung zum 64. ADAC Reinoldus Langstreckenrennen. 8. Lauf der ADAC Motorsport Langstreckenserie steht uns also gleich ins Haus bei guten Bedingungen beim Starterfeld, dreistellige Starterzahlen im Qualifying und ich bin sehr optimistisch, dass da fast vollzählig hier die Starterbereich präsentieren können, weil es war
Porsches, and 7 out of the top 8 were Porsches as well, with just one Aston Martin in that particular run. But the weather absolutely gorgeous now, and as perfect as you get for the Nürburgring, but still damp on the pit lane. And as I say, when we went qualifying this morning, Peter, it was difficult. This will be the final GT outing for Klaus Abbelen, the man behind Fricadelli Racing, the man who planned, schemed, engineered and delivered the first ever Ferrari victory in the ADAC 24 hours here at the Nürburgring. The car will be back with what he promises is an all-star lineup for a selection of races, and we hope that includes the ADAC 24 hours next year. He's been concentrating on his classic races. He's got some lovely cars, including some nice Porsche prototypes. what a contribution he and Sabine Schmitz, they were partners in life as well as racing for a very long time, of course, until we lost Sabine very far too early. But what a contribution they made local to this circuit and made to these events down through the years.
Yeah, absolutely, John. You know, Sabine Schmitz had a profile which went far beyond racing at the Nürburgring, and she opened the door to this circuit and what it offers to so many people who, since then, I think you can attribute a lot of the tourist drives, as they're called, where people bring their own cars, to that those activities that she did, whether it's through Top Gear in UK or other activities, and it just made things more accessible. Yes, it's an extremely challenging circuit. Yes, you have to approach with caution, take your time to learn it and so on. But it's really raised its profile as a one of a kind driving experience in the world. And Klaus, such an important part of that. I had the good fortune to spend some time with Klaus down through the years, and the word character doesn't even begin to describe Klaus Abbelen. He'd be his personality will continue in the paddock if the Fricadelli cars are going to continue to run. And if he has said, which he did earlier this week to us, that it will be an all-star lineup, I will guarantee it will be an all-star lineup in that Ferrari 296. I'm very much looking forward to see what happens next year. 5 Porsches in the top 5, 7 in the top 8, and an amazing run by Alex Fontana, the Swiss driver, Hop Suisse, as I'm contractually obliged still to say, thanks to my Swiss mother-in-law, dearly departed. And Alex putting in a cracking lap of just around about 6.5 tenths quicker than the Black Falcon car in second. Good news for Ford fans is that the number 6 Haupt Racing Team Mustang, which was looking very competitive yesterday and at the first pit stop had a clutch problem, they fixed it but lost 4 or 5 laps. That car was looking very quick, but Frank Stippler didn't get a clean run on the last lap when it was drying, so he'll start in 9th. Bad news in 10th position. Stippy listed in 2 cars, in the Jutta racing car as well, and I think he qualified both of them actually. That's bad news for Ford fans and Haupt Racing Team. Great news for us if Stippy starts that car, carving his way through the field. Definitely. We saw yesterday the pace of that car. Yes, it had the problem at the first pit stop, which curtailed its race, but clearly it was on the pace. And interestingly, on the pace in different areas of the track than the Porsches, so it really made for an interesting fight where the Mustang was strong, the Porsches were struggling a little bit, and vice versa in other parts of the track. So it's going to be fascinating. Obviously conditions are going to play a part. It's damp and then drying. We'll see as the cars progress on the warm-up lap exactly how much the damp has disappeared in this bright sunshine. And yeah, I'm looking forward to Frank coming through the field. Slippery, big cloud formations down towards the Grand Prix circuit, which is where the weather normally comes from. Not always, but normally comes from. So that may well be the portent of some more precipitation later on. Good morning to you if you are back with us after Max Verstappen was our guest driver yesterday, one of our guest drivers yesterday, one of about a dozen or so drivers who were driving to get their permits yesterday, and he was the quickest, but you'd expect that of the people who were trying to get their permits yesterday. Has probably just a tad more racing experience than people starting off on their, the normal people starting off on their Nürburgring journey. He was stymied a little bit from getting into the second car because of a problem with the second car, the regulations. And I think, actually, Peter and I were talking about this last night and again this morning over breakfast. I think it's a fairly new regulation that you have to have 2 finishes and the 14 laps. Of course, my, and indeed our, Peter and I's conception of time
when I say fairly recent, it might have started 5 years ago or 10 years ago, but certainly when I was looking at doing my permit, that wasn't a consideration. It was the laps that was the most important thing. And Max did the laps yesterday. They have appealed through force majeure because the other car that he was meant to drive had a technical defect and couldn't go out. And the committee sat last night, and the permit committee sat last night and agreed that, given the experience of the driver concerned and the fact, and I think this was key, to be honest, Peter, the fact that the 14 laps were completed and were completed to the satisfaction of the race director and the stewards, they have cleared Max Verstappen for his A licence. I think it's eminently common sense applied there. But as I say, I do think the laps being completed was very, very important for Max there.
I'd agree, John, 100%. This isn't any special favour.
No.
Obviously, the whole mechanism of a permit at the Nordschleife is intended for everybody's safety, the driver and the other competitors around that driver. It's an unusual place, and it requires, you know, that kind of judgment to be passed before you can go racing safely there. So he's done his 14 laps, and I think the 14 laps is far more important than doing it over 2 races.
Yeah.
I think the 2 races is perhaps something along the lines that it's not normal to get 14 laps in one of these events. If you're sharing with 2 other drivers, it's actually very difficult to complete that. So he's done that. He's done his 14 laps. Also very significant is he did it without any flag issues or infringements, any other regulation infringements. He kept it absolutely clean, as you would expect of such a pro. So, you know, I think the decision they've made is absolutely 100% the right one.
We saw a bit of him yesterday, and we're talking about somebody who's not here, and I apologise for you if you're joining us this morning, but I think there's a couple of important points to make about this, and there's been a lot of misunderstanding and indeed some misinformation and some frankly not very sensible comments flying around about all of this. I think the important points to make is one that you've made, that this is a very special place and isn't like any other racetrack, and I think in that respect I'm quite pleased that there was no special accommodation made, even for a 4-time Formula 1 world champion. There are many people who've gone before him, world champions in other part of the sport, a world sports car champion, Martin Brundle had to go through it and had to do exactly the same. Various other people have said they didn't want to do it because they felt it was beneath them. And okay, that's their choice. That is absolutely their choice. But I also thought the way that Max approached it yesterday, anybody who does what Max was doing, so that if I was to start to do it now, because I still hold an international license, I would go through exactly the same procedure as Max did. And therefore, you know you're going to be an underpowered car. He could have gone for one of the lower classes, but he felt, and I think again rightly, that racing in the mid-engine Cayman was a more appropriate experience for him. I think that was a smart choice to start with. They chose Patrick Kolb's team Lion Speed. Smart choice there. And therefore, he qualified well because it was wet, and all of his experience and his cat on energy drink reflexes would have played into that. Qualified 6th. He dropped down to the mid-teens in class, but he was the best of the lower powered cars, but he drove sensibly. He accepted his quote-unquote fate. He knew what he was going to be like, and I just liked the way that he went about it, and his whole mentality was, this is a procedure that I have to get through.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what was really impressive? Maybe we shouldn't be surprised at this because he's such a professional, but he could very easily have attempted to try to carry that car to places that it wasn't really, you know, capable of doing, because he's in a one-make class. But we have to remember his car was detuned down to 300 horsepower. It was carrying additional weight, as is the requirement for someone who's applying for their permit. So he was amongst similar-looking cars with, you know, similar handling, at least on face value, but with all of those disadvantages of weight and power reduction. he had to deal with that as well. And add on top of that the pressure of many Max Verstappen fans watching live at the circuit, joining us here, joining us on various other feeds. He would have been in a situation where he could have very easily done something that would have prevented him from reaching his 14 laps.
Yeah.
However, he was far from going to that dark place. He got it all done in a very smooth and controlled way.
Yeah. Now, let's talk about what happens next for Max. The planned next outing is in an Emile Frey Ferrari 296 GT3. That will be at the next round. That is Saturday, September the 27th, another 4-hour race. And we'll be covering that here on the same channels as you are watching this weekend. It'll be Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones who bring you the words for that, as there's a small matter of the Barcelona 24 hours the same weekend. So hopefully you'll join in for some of that as well. Klaus Abbelen driving solo yesterday for a few test laps to make sure that the 296 was in good shape on slick Michelin tyres. This, as we mentioned, his final GT3 race. Some laps of honour, and quite aside from his partnership with Sabine Frickadelli, Früher, the beer brand that is on the car, that is the livery at the very least that won the Nürburgring 24 hours for Ferrari and made history. And it's a great way for Klaus to bow out. We all know Sabine's story, but Klaus very much a part of that as well. As I said, very big character, and delighted to hear that the Frickadelli racing team from just down the road actually can almost drive the car up to the Nürburgring, which is what Manthey do from their places around at Moistbath. Just up the side of the Dottinger and turn right. So we wish all the best to Klaus in whatever he does next. Front of the field, all Porsches. Then that's GT3 Mustang. And then getting down to the still competitive Audi Sport Customer Racing Audi R8. What a success story this car has been, Peter, in both of its iterations. Well over 200 cars built and supplied to customers all around the world, and still winning races and still winning championships.
They're always there. Yeah, they're always there. I've seen far too many of them in my mirrors. They're very wide, very difficult to deal with, and a whole range of drivers, because the car is quite accessible. If you're, a driver interested in moving into the GT3 area and you want a car that's well proven, relatively straightforward to deal with in that category, it's definitely a good choice. And there's a lot of experienced drivers out there who can go with you to guide you. So you do tend to wonder when you come up around those cars just who's driving, and then you've got to kind of look at the body language of the car and deal with it appropriately.
Who can argue with the sound of a normally aspirated V10 behind your head as well. Good morning to Hugh Williams, at least I think it's good morning. Was with us yesterday, he's rejoining us today. Peter Kate alongside me, John Heinhoff. Peter Kate, I should have mentioned if you weren't here with us yesterday, Peter Kate, hugely experienced here on the Nordschleife as a racing driver, getting on for 50 races that he's competed in around here down through the years, of which 23, significant number, but obviously one short of an even more significant number. 23 are in the 24 hours. We'll hopefully see him in the 24 hours next year. And also a published author. His book is called Racing Hell. It details the inside story and some perhaps untold truths of motor racing at club, national and international level. And Hugh Williams was with us yesterday and heard us talking about this, and he says, I started reading Peter's book Racing Hell last night and couldn't put it down, so I'm a bit bleary-eyed this morning, looking forward to the race nonetheless. Thumbs up for another good race. Now, did you take our advice though, Hugh, and settle yourself down to read chapter 24 all in one go? That's the question. At RSL_studio, Racing Hell by Peter Kate is the book we're talking about. Search for it at your local bookstore, or indeed online at all the various
outlets. It is a very truthful, very warts and all, triumph and disaster tale. And I love the book, as I said yesterday, when Peter and I were talking last night about whether there needs to be a second volume of that, Peter. Notes are being made, I hear.
Yeah, you know me. The story doesn't finish until the end, and I've always thought there should be a filter on a book like that if it's not interesting to other people, if it doesn't share something of value, then it shouldn't be in there. So I definitely didn't set out to try to create something that was, let's say, a biography. I also didn't set out to create something fictional. It's absolutely based on real experience, and the fact is, since I finished and since I finished writing it, so many things have happened since. The experiences I had last year, driving with folks like Timo Glock, Timo Scheider, Jeroen Blekemolen, taking another win there, driving this year in an entirely different outcome that people who follow the 24 hours will already know. Those experiences are important additions, and lots more in between. So I think when the time comes, there'll definitely be a second edition.
More racing hell.
Racing hella.
Racing hell.
As we joked.
Yes, racing hell. ... For the moment, volume 1, shall we say, is available. Looking at these conditions now, Peter, if you'd qualified this morning, that looked pretty tricky. But now, right here, right now on the grid, it's the typical Nürburgring Nordschleife conundrum. A little bit of damp patches, but you've got to go for slick racing tyres here and deal with whatever you find out on the first lap of the Nordschleife. At least you will get a formation lap.
Yeah, indeed. There's a formation lap. It's always difficult to be sure that the whole circuit is dry. There are areas in the back of the circuit under the trees that take a long time to dry. But the golden rule is, what are your competitors doing?
I've just noticed at Group 2, there are not 2 lines of cars, there are 3 lines of cars. There are going to be some people who dive straight into the pits at the formation lap. So they've already decided that if they're presumably at the board when you've got to stop working on the car, they were on wet weather tyres, and they are going to come straight in and try and get out before the third group comes round, which should be doable because they're 3 minutes apart.
Yeah, it would make sense with a green pit lane light. That's the option. And with such a long race, you're not going to lose too much time. But like I said, the key is to look at your immediate competitors. You basically want to follow a similar strategy so you're not disadvantaged.
Yesterday's winners, Tim Heinemann and Ben Löchter, in the number 4 Porsche from Falken Tyres in that iconic livery. This place at the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife certainly made internationally famous in some not small part, I would say, by Gran Turismo. Well, if you were playing the early versions of Gran Turismo, the Falken livery on various GT500s was one that always stood out in that platform game. And they are here at the Nürburgring again, where they do their testing for their road tyres, where they crunch the data from their racing tyres. And yesterday was an absolute study in teamwork, because it wasn't just making the calls from the pit wall. It wasn't just the setup by the engineers. The drivers, as ever, had to play their part. And frankly, I would have loved to have heard the radio calls when it was teeming down a rain, and they were obviously saying to their drivers, no, you're going to have to do one more lap. You're going to have to survive one more lap. But that's when the teamwork has to, and the trust has to be there between driver and pit wall.
Definitely. I mean, the one more lap, to get within reach of the finish line on the last fuel load. So driving through those conditions, we're not talking about a little bit of rain, we're talking about lots of standing water on slicks. I can't describe how difficult that is on a track surface like the Nürburgring, where it's not smooth, it's not billiard table smooth like a Grand Prix track. There's a lot of camber change, a lot of undulation, a lot of surface change in terms of the quality of the tarmac, because it's been resurfaced over many, many years. The track's existed since 1927, and there are patches here and there that are more modern and more smooth, if you like.
And it's not always full width of the track in any. You think of it being doing, okay, there's 1,000 meters here, there's 500 meters there, but sometimes it's not the full width of
if I could say it this way, both carriageways. If
That's right.
If it had a dotted line down the middle of the road,
Absolutely.
one side's done, the other side might not be.
And when it's all covered in water, you can't see that. So it's obviously you're driving on muscle memory to some extent, but when you're in traffic and you're going onto areas of the racetrack that are offline just to get past the traffic, you're into a bit of an unknown. So such talent exhibited yesterday. Anybody who was watching would have seen, and the calmness, particularly that Tim Heinemann showed when he was catching up. He knew he had a certain gap. He knew he had a certain amount of time left to do it, and it was just so impressive how controlled that recovery was from the last pit stop.
I was incredibly impressed by both of the Falcon drivers. Indeed, all the drivers, because actually very few people at the worst of the conditions had any issues. The track didn't have that many slow zones, code 60s, even yellow flags. But even the leaders, both of them had grassy moments. But those are the times when you know you are in trouble, where being calm and sometimes doing nothing is the right thing to do. And they were waiting to find the grip to come back. And that, to me, is something. You talked about muscle memory. I'd be no good around here then, because I don't have any muscles and I'm losing my memory. So maybe I'll put off the idea of doing my permit. I just thought it was, as I said, a study in great teamwork and skill and trust from everybody on the Falcon team and up and down the pit lane. 60 seconds to the Porsche 992. Leading them round, 992.2, the newest version of Porsche's iconic two-door sports car with the light bar on the top. Notice that the rear spoiler is up, which means he's in Sport Plus mode, I would say, on there.
Always a good idea.
Yeah. Give a bit of extra cooling as well on the back, which, given that he's going to be ripping around. And what I can't decide is what version that Carrera white car is of the new 992. On goes the light bar. Green flag is waved at the front of the grid. And the first group of around about 35, 40 cars in that first group. Just over 100 cars again. I think we had 116 that qualified yesterday. A few short of that today, just over 110, and have made it onto the grid. The two Falcon cars, you've got to say after yesterday, the two Falcon cars have to be in the conversation. Didn't qualify perhaps where they wanted to be, but those cars have got pace. And I think Frank Stippler coming through in the Haupt Racing white Mustang with the blue stripes, the blue racing stripes for HRT. That car really yesterday, in general conditions and general pace, was the only car that had anything for the Falcons. The guys at Black Falcon in the golden and red car, they played a brilliant race, won their class, and for a while there was a possibility of an overall win, but really it was only the Mustang who was there. And now, is that the Equipe car or the Jutta car? It's the Jutta car, the number 8 car for Audi.
Just spun round on the warming up lap.
Just coming out of the cut through the hairpin.
They've been sitting so long on the grid, John, the tyres are cold.
Yeah. And now he wants to get back to his grid position,
which he's allowed to do, since he didn't. I don't think he dropped off his group, so he's all right.
Yeah, no, he absolutely didn't. That's Alexei Veramenko, the driver who calls himself Selv. There are a number of nom du corps here. Frank Stippler in that car as well. Obviously not all at the same time. I suspect Frank will be starting that blue and white, or white and blue is more correct, I would say, on the Mustang. And that, as I said, the only car that, I'll finish that thought, that was really on the pace of the Falcon cars. And this is a really serious project for what is now called Ford Racing, going through a rebranding. Ford Racing worldwide. They are using the Mustang as a global platform, from the Ford driving schools, particularly in the States, through Mustang Cup, which is a USAC formula. You have one race on a Saturday and one race on a Sunday, much as here, and they are two completely separate events. DTM do exactly the same thing, of course, and That same car is then the Mustang Challenge, which we see in IMSA and we saw as a support race at Le Mans. The same centre section is used for the GT4, the Flat Rock plant, and even the GT3, which is racing here. It's all the same basic central monocoque chassis, call it what you will. And that could take you to the Nürburgring 24 hours, to Le Mans, to the World Endurance Championship. And this is a huge global undertaking from Ford. They teased at, where were we? Corta in Texas last weekend, an Evo package for the Mustang GT3. And representatives from Ford Racing making it absolutely clear to me that they weren't going to give me any technical details of what the Evo was, but that the changes were customer driven. So customer racing teams like Haupt, like the GT3 teams all around the world who run these cars, all of the Evo parts, which will be available as a kit to upgrade the current Mustang GT3, they will be with customers, driven by customers, consulted with customers before they went into development and production, and the kits will be with them in plenty of time for them to start racing in 2026. And what is more, and I think this is really interesting, the customer cars are going to, the customers are going to be given first dibs on those Evo kits, so the works cars won't get them first.
Yeah, it's as you said, a real serious undertaking, John, and you know, we were joking about this, but maybe there'll be a Hollywood Ford versus Porsche film upcoming as a result next year or years after. I think it's going to be an absolute classic battle. Another aspect to this that you briefly touched on is I think that it would be a really exciting proposition if Ford also were heavily participating in the GT4 SP10 class here.
Yes.
They've got, you know, the basis already there, and what a staircase it would bring to young talent if they could make their way through the GT4 into the GT3 ranks using the Mustang as their platform.
Perennially here at the Nürburgring, I feel GT4 is slightly underrepresented. It's the same when we go and do the Bathurst 12 hours in February. There's a real opportunity. GT4 cars, by no means cheap, but are a very cost-effective way of going racing with a factory-built racing car. That is relatively good value to buy and certainly very good value to run in terms of euros, dollars, pounds, yen, Aussie dollars, whatever, per kilometre, which is pretty much how everything is worked out nowadays. And whilst they are far more sophisticated than the original GT4 cars, and even the GT4 car that you and I shared some, 7 years ago now, 8 years ago, in the 24 hours at COTA, they are still approachable for a driver in the early stages of a GT career, because they do still have the characteristics of the very fast road cars on which they are based.
They do. They're real intermediate, but with an emphasis on drivers still being able to make a difference, teams still being able to make a difference. There's a lot of adjustability in the car and in the regulation. And interestingly around here, the GT4s are insanely quick because there are such long straights. We talked, about the Dottingerhöhe straight, 3 kilometers from the start to all the way to the end of Tiergarten. And when you've got such little aero, a GT4 is going down there quicker than a GT3 in many cases. We're not talking, enormous amount quicker, but we're talking at least 10 k's quicker at the end of the straight. And then you've got to deal with that lack of downforce in the braking zone. So it's a big challenge, but it does provide fantastic racing.
I do think we saw some cars from a variety of groups, actually, I think from Group 2 and from Group 3, diving into the pit lane to do tyre change. From what we've seen just on the Grand Prix circuit, that is pretty much totally dry, but it's certainly dry tyres. Even the small damp patches, you would deal with that. Good to see the Audi back on pole position again. The Dupré car, which, other than its racing stripes and decals, when you look at it close up, it hasn't even got a big rear spoiler. But that is a very competitive car, driven very competitively competitively as well. First chance to have a gander at what's going on the Nordschleife itself.
So this is coming down, well, that shot was just coming down to Exmüller. Now we're out onto the other group, but the next part is critical. Going up to Bergwerk after the louder curves and then up through the forests. That's the bit where the rain is going to still persist if it's still on the track.
So 2 races this weekend, quite unusually. Round 7 yesterday, round 8 today. The 64th running of the ADAC Reinoldus Endurance Race, Langstrecken-serie. John Heindorf and Peter Kate in the booth again today for 4 hours and a bit of action. It was pretty much 4 hours and 15 minutes by the time we got the final cars across the line yesterday. It's all live and free, no subscription required. If someone's asking you to pay, tune away and get onto the official NLS and VLN YouTube feed or via radiolemans.com. We've got the links on there as well. A little bit damp
über die Nordschleife.
on the far side of the circuit.
Vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid, der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenau ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell, benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Stallkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen, der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Falkenreifen.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen, follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
On the Nordschleife for the formation lap. And drivers trying to get some heat into whatever tyre manufacturer they are using. The leading group coming back now towards the pits. Just coming through the final part of the green hell itself before they head down to the relative ease of the Dottinger Höhe on the Grand Prix circuit. Peter was just talking about overdriving the Grand Prix circuit in the Jutta Racing Audi. And we've all done this, either actually done it or nearly done it on the warm-up lap, weaving left and right, accelerating and braking, and the back end of the car just gets away from you. Horrible feeling, particularly when you know you've got 20 other cars in very close proximity. Please don't hit me, please don't hit me, please don't hit anything else.
Yeah, the first time it happened around me was the guy in front of me on pole in a club race, and I have to say I was very happy to see it because we were coming back to the grid and he didn't have an opportunity to recover his pole position, so that was a free one for me. But yeah, it's very embarrassing, but actually remarkably easily done when your car's been sitting on the grid for that long at these temperatures. It's only 12 degrees out there, high altitude at the Nürburgring. And then driving away, very easy to just overdo it.
So were you a weaver or a throttle and braker, or a bit of both?
It's a bit of both. I mean, radiant heat from the brakes is what you want to heat the tyre as a whole. The weaving is more heating the skin of the tyre to the surface. So
and also there's a sort of a film, a release agent on the tyre as well that you want to kind of scrub off.
If they haven't been scrubbed, yeah, absolutely. But mostly it's often on the brakes, you know, and by the time they get to the end of Dottinger Höhe, there's still quite a ways to go to the green light, and they have to stop weaving at the pit formation grid side, which is just coming up into the entrance of Tiergarten. So, you know, the weaving will stop, and it'll be just a little bit of stop-start, and then away we go.
People ask us why we enjoy going and doing a 24-hour at the Nürburgring. Well, obviously the track is part of it. The atmosphere that the by far majority German crowd create around the whole circuit, including in the forest. But the countryside is absolutely stunning. The fact that it is almost always shades of green all the year round tells you that there is a bit of rain here once in a while, but a fantastic place to come, summer or winter. Lots of hiking, mountain biking in the volcanic hills around here. It's called the Vulkaneifel.
And just to point out, the people who live there, the locals, are fabulous, and they're welcome with open arms. They love the racing community.
And they're like two wheels as well around here. A lot of good motorcycling tours based around this area. Some good bed and breakfasts and little hotels as well that certainly welcome motorcyclists and have things like drying rooms for your kit and stuff like that. Well organised. 4 hours on the clock. The 64th running of the ADAC Reinoldus Langstrecken-serie Endurance Race. John Hindhaugh and Peter Cates ready to take you through the next 240 minutes. The green light, oh no, I was about to say the green lights go up now. Did the red lights go off there? They were on for a very long time. They must have. We're racing. The two Falcon cars making their way up through the field, but the pole sitting Alex Fontana, Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, one of 5 Porsches at the front of the field, still holds the lead. Then the two Falcon cars with dramatically different lines through the first corner. And Frank Stippler, who was at the bottom end of the top 10, is up to 4th, and the Lamborghini is already in the gravel. That's the Renato Motorsport team, Huracan GT3, with the SP9 AM 3rd place car, I think. No, 4th place car. And that machine into the gravel at turn 1 will need to be dragged out of there. But Stippler making a great start. Best start, I would say, from Stippy, with honourable mentions to the 2 drivers, Joel Sturm and Tim Heinemann, who finished the race yesterday in 1-2 for Falcon. Actually, 2-1, because it was the 4 car ahead of the 3 yesterday. Porsche. Then the Mustang of Haupt Motorsport, 7th position for Stippler. No, he was lower down than that. He was 7th when he crossed the line, but he qualified, I think, in 9th or 10th, if I remember rightly. Absolutely the start they wanted. Also coming through the field, slightly out of position, the gold and red number 48, which is the black Falcon car, and that car coming through the field as well. Perfect start at the sharp end of the field. This would be you, most recently at least.
Indeed, the second group. So you can see, in fact, right at the front of that group, the car I was in the 24 hours with one of my teammates at the wheel, Harley Horton, doing a great job bringing that car, that 959 car, to pole position. It's a very close fought group, the Cup 3 class, Caymans, but in that group a whole load of other cars, kind of similar to GT4 spec variations of, so it's going to be very, very tight down to that first corner.
And I suspect there'll be yellow flags out. There are indeed, just beyond the green flags, so there will be very little place changing. Hopefully the cars at the back of this grid see that. Hearty good morning to the legend that is Allard Kalf, who's tuned in again. Good morning, sir. Thank you for your wise words yesterday. Nice to know that you're tuned in again. It almost feels cosy this morning. I suspect we have slightly fewer people on the world feed today, although it seems that we have converted some of Max Verstappen's Formula 1 fraternity, and they are still here today, and thank you for that. Thanks for giving sports car racing and endurance racing a chance. The community is pretty friendly, and particularly the RSL collective, as they call themselves. Any questions you have, at RSL_studio. Anything you saw yesterday, perhaps if you were with us for the first time then, that you didn't understand and you made a note of, shoot us a note on X at RSL_studio. Or if you're joining us today for the first time, for whatever reason, here at the Nürburgring, welcome in and welcome to multi-class racing as it is done nowhere else on the planet. No other series has more cars, more classes, and more corners. Actually.
And also some unusual flag regulations. Those of you with sharp eyes will have seen around that Lamborghini first corner incident. The second group was certainly under yellow flags, but then indeed a code 60, which is a 60 km/h speed limit through that section, overtaking, of course, which just meant when they emerged from the back end of that to the green flag, they could then get on with it, and that was right in the middle of that very twisty Mercedes arena section. So a lot of activity going on in terms of place changes.
I have to say there were some very good comments from the new sports car enthusiasts yesterday. They were somewhat amazed to see track work and barrier work going on with the race still continuing, albeit at much reduced speed, and they were very complimentary about the discipline of the drivers, and well, and that has to be so here. Here's the third starting group on pole position again, that Dupre family run RS3.
And once again, the code 60 at the end of this little straight into turn 1 is still operational, so they won't be able to overtake or exceed 60 through that section. But look out for the exit of that section past the green flag, when again they'll be at each other's throats.
Yeah, and the Audi RS3, of course, with the benefit of the legendary Quattro all-wheel drive system, did force this car and its pace. It doesn't necessarily have the power, and certainly not the power to weight ratio. It's quite a heavy car having the all-wheel drive system, and already the snatch tractor on site for the Lamborghini. The Audi actually used to be in with the rear drive cars in its class. It was rear and all-wheel drive, and now it's been, the whole class has been rescheduled. Now there's people not realising where the green flag came out.
I think we may see a few penalties because there were passes in turn 1.
Yes. So now it's front wheel and all-wheel drive in that VT category where that red Dupree Audi is. Now the bad news is the 786 is getting the flat toe out from the sweeper snatch tractor, and I would have thought once it was out of the gravel they would have just started it up and fired it into the distance.
I'd like to see a replay of the incident because he actually ended up in the gravel a long way around the corner, which suggests that he was helped off the track, let's say, which could have resulted in a little bit of damage. So we see that it wasn't as if he went straight on under brakes, sort of cold tire mistake. It was very much 3/4 of the way around the curve, which suggests that he was assisted, let's say.
Says the driver very diplomatically. So other than that Lamborghini, we have got everybody through the first part and the crucial part of the race, i.e. the start. The leaders already well round the North Loop itself. And the leader, a moment or two ago, the pole-sitting car, and Alex Fontana just drifting wide, getting his left-hand tyres on the grass.
Damp edge of the track.
Absolutely, Peter. Exactly what you said. The two Falcon cars immediately needed no further invitation there and was straight through. Was that on the Hansenbach? Was that early on?
It was early on, and he just dipped his wheels too close to the white line. I mean, I think white lines, we all know, we've got a pass with the Mustang coming up now all the way along the Dottinger Höhe. There's the power of the Mustang going up to third.
We talk about horsepower, but you actually drive torque, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And as we've mentioned many times, the effect of the slipstream of the GT3s down such a long straight is immense, even from quite a long way back. I was concerned the Falcon cars were going to get a big gap, just because the Fontana car was kind of the cork in the bottle a little bit with the Mustang. Looks like the Mustang's now got some work to do to close that gap back up, but looking at the performance that he showed yesterday, I think that gap will come down.
Yeah, and quite clearly Alex Fontana's been slightly rattled by that, or he's not getting the grip he thought he was, because now the Aston Martin from Volkenhorst Racing with Christian Kroinius coming down. Now he can't overtake here because they've still got the yellows out. In fact, still, if there's a new code 60, or the code 60 still there, because the Lamborghini, I was worried that car didn't drive away, and it seems I was right to be so, because the Nana-driven machine has not got back under its own steam, and it's on the wrong side of the track as well to be able to get back into the pits to get some remedial work done. But the Volkenhorst machine, the Aston Martin there, so just the two front engine cars amid a phalanx of Porsches, the Aston Martin and the Vantage there, and the Evo version of the Vantage as well, and the Ford Mustang, both V8s against the flat six Porsches.
You can see the exit of the slow corners, really where the Porsche has the traction advantage. Yeah. It shows up so clearly.
It's amazing to me that, and this is a proper rear-engined Porsche, the GT3 still with the gearbox and the engine the way around it would be in the road car. Of course, the old RSR, they swapped the engines
and gearboxes around to pull the engine slightly further forward to almost make it a mid-engined car. But actually, incredibly, it only changed the weight balance by about 4%. The biggest reason they did it, Peter, was because they needed the room under the back of the car, which they didn't have with the engine there, because that's where they needed to put the diffuser for the old GTE regulations. And if you've ever been under a Porsche 911, particularly a more modern one, and 991 or a 992, that is a big old lump of engine underneath there. It's flat and it's very low, but it's wide.
Indeed. And the comment regarding the diffuser, you know, not wishing to get into a high degree of technical detail, but if you can't activate the diffuser, that is the part of the underside of the car where the air is exiting, at that point you want that air to be accelerating to pull down on the big rear wing. A lot of people think the rear wing is operated mostly by positive air pressure on top of the wing. It's actually the inverse. It's the negative pressure under the wing, and the more effective the diffuser can be to pull the air out from under the car, the more the rear wing can work. So they work in tandem, and that's why if a car gets impacted and the diffuser gets damaged, you see a significant detrimental performance.
Hello to Berlin. Thank you for your kind words. He says, I feel like going to see Max race live there. Well, that's on the 27th. Thanks for being back with us today. Burning Sound at RSL_studio. Yeah, just to finish off on that as well, talking to minds immeasurably larger than mine, including people like Ben Bowlby, who has a mind the size of the planet, and he understands aero. The other thing about underbody aero is you get the downforce with relatively little penalty in drag. So you get a much bigger bang for your drag book on downforce from the underside of the car than you do from the top. And that's why managing the air under and through the car in any form of racing, but particularly when you have a closed cockpit car that's the front end of which is, you know, always going to be a finite size, if you can use that air the best you can, then you do that and you generate that downforce, that king downforce, with a relatively small drag deficiency for your top speeds. Now, Peter, you mentioned that Cup 3 was always going to be hard fought, battles further down the field, and this is the joy of this 100+ car field, as those guys, and a spin right in front of what was the pole sitter in that class, I think. One of the Müller Motorsport car, and that's one of the AM Cup cars. This car, the Manhattan Wheels car, was fighting right at the sharp end of class yesterday. That's the 941, and that is the Adrenaline Motorsport car, which I think that was the Kreuzer started car. If I have a quick look down, yes it was. 939 is the car that it was battling against as well. So very hard fought battle, and even at the end of their first lap then still issues, it seems to me, with tyre temperature.
And these are interesting laps. These cars are right up against each other, you know, a couple of feet apart, and they're going to get dragged into parts of the racetrack they don't particularly want to go. They're not going to be clearly sighted into some of these corners. You can see, you know, small mistakes being made, and they don't have much aero, so the cars are moving around a lot, and there's dirt on the track, there's damp on the track, so it's not surprising to me you'll see a spin like that.
That little group of 4 Cup 3 cars, 3 AMs and one of the Pro-Am cars, and it was the Kreuzer-driven Adrenaline Motorsport, the Manhattan Wheels black and orange car that spun, and avoiding them behind was the Müller Motorsport, and that's the Waldau-driven car, one of the Pro-Am cars. Also in that group, actually, is the Renazzo Motorsport machine that was right at the sharp end yesterday, with Steinberg starting that car. And so that one a little bit out of position, because they're down in 12th position from yesterday when they were at the sharp end of the field. But it's the 2 Falcons and Frank Stippler
with Car Collection and Valkenhorst and Black Falcon, and then just a little bit of gap back to Carlos Rivas in the leading Cup 2 Pro car. So that in 7th position for the Klaus Motorsport Porsche team. That is the first of the Porsche Carrera Cup cars, effectively, Peter, with a few modifications to make them more endurance friendly.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, if you are ever thinking to do endurance racing, rule number one is you've got to get to the end. And what you really want is a category where a lot of the development work has been done before the championship even starts. And these one-make classes, the Cup 2s, the Cup 3s, there's such a lot of development work that was done by Manthey. You mentioned they're just based next to the track. The cars are incredibly well developed in terms of suspension, in terms of aero, in terms of all of the mechanics. And we very rarely see mechanical failures. I don't want to, put the black finger on anyone's day-to-day in terms of, causing the commentator's curse. But nevertheless, these cars are pretty reliable, very closely matched. And what you're really seeing in those classes is driver input and team setup coming to the fore.
Hello to Lizzie, good morning, and to Lizzie's husband. Sorry, Lizzie's husband, don't know your name. I committed a cardinal sin yesterday talking about the Aston Martin Signet. I said that it was based on the iGo, and as soon as I said that, I remembered it was the IQ and not the iGo. So I put my hands up to that. I was mortified that I got that one wrong. There was at one stage a potential of an April Fool that David King, known very well to both Peter and myself, and I were working on, where there would be an April Fool with a V12 mid-mounted in that car.
I still would have driven it around here.
I know you would have. You still have been quick as well. Lizzie and your husband, good morning. Thanks for being with us. Cracking battle going on. Valkenhorst. Now that is an Aston Martin Vantage, based on an Aston Martin Vantage. That one I can absolutely be sure about. And they're having a cracking scrap for what is 4th and 5th position, and right in behind them is the Black Falcon number 48. That's the gold and red car, and they had a real crack at the lead yesterday. I loved their little hopeful hearts. They saw an opening, won their class with relative ease, but had a chance and for a stage split the two Falcon cars and were gaining massively on the leader, and that was when Falcon realised they had to come in and make a second pit stop. It's Ben Bunagel at the wheel, the driver from Bonn, of that red and gold car. Points within class is what will give you your final championship positions. Not always, in fact, very seldom is it a SP9 top class car that wins the championship. And indeed, last year it was one of the BMWs in the lower class, and they were leading their class yesterday, and in the last 15-20 minutes the car gave up on them on the Hatson back. The moment of the pass for the start of the race, Peter, just a little damp patch for Alex Fontana in the pole sitting car. Now finds himself down in 4th.
Can change so quickly. These cars are, really close to the limit here. This isn't about pacing yourself. 4-hour race is essentially an endurance sprint. So there's no holding back, there's no lift and coast, there's no fuel saving. This is all about getting on it, and when you're doing that, there's very little margin for error.
Early pit stop for one of the VW Golfs, and whilst I'm not an engineer from Wolfsburg, I don't think the left front of that car looked quite as it was intended to when it came out of VW Motorsport.
Yeah, some aerodynamic modifications going on there.
Very good.
Sure.
Yeah, very good. So that car back in the race. As I said, around about 20 classes here. Lots of Porsche classes, lots of BMW classes as well. And that shows the variety. And the beauty of these NLS races, and indeed the ADAC 24 hours, not part of this championship, but running to pretty much identical class structure and regulation, Peter. What I love about it is you don't have to have this year's model. We had cars yesterday, and I think it's back in today, an old E46 M3, still competitive, and the VLN and ADAC, they want to make sure that those cars are still competitive. So if they have to give an extra class, then they will. So there was a little wheel on the dirt on the inside there in that battle, and then I think, was there a touch there?
There could have been. As you're joining on that loop, that cut-through loop on the Grand Prix course, you're crossing over the edge of the main track, and there's a big sudden camber change, and on power you can always get a snap of oversteer. So if he was already having that and then was helped a little bit with a tiny contact, yeah, that can very easily result in a spin.
Hearing that the Pro Sport Racing, Ben Peters and Jörg Wieban Aston Martin GT4 is stopped at the carousel, so that will be yellows there. The two leaders absolutely together now, 3 from 4. Joel Sturm with his teammate Team Heinemann right up his tailpipe, Peter.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, and this is tricky. The track is narrow, but look at the edges of the track. We've got dark patches of damp still lingering there. These cars, these leader cars, are having to negotiate the slower traffic and putting themselves in peril of touching that damp, or those damp patches. White lines at the edge of the track are going to carry the water for longer than the dark tarmac because they don't heat up as quickly as the dark tarmac in the sun. So, you know, we've got shadows where the water's still there. We've got white lines. This is, you know, potentially race-ending stuff if you put your wheel on those patches.
I think it's the thing that most people, if you do go for a tourist lap, or even go and stand by the side of the track of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the comment that I get most often is, I didn't realise how narrow it was. Another slow zone here.
That'll be the Aston.
Yeah. Oh, the Aston is spun down on the inside. Now that is not an Aston.
No,
I don't think so. That looked like a Porsche to me. So are the two cars there?
Very difficult to recover that when he's nose down into the carousel.
Yeah, that's a GT4 out. So was that was an Aston?
I didn't see the number. I didn't see the number.
It was definitely 175. Hello to Alan Prosser, king of the screen grab. Hard at work this morning. The brilliantly titled At Lanzarote Camel. Morning, Alan. Yeah, people always say to me, I didn't expect it to be this narrow. It is narrow, but as you've described, Peter, it's actually even narrower than normal because of the fact that you're losing 6 or 8 inches at the edge of the track, sometimes more, in some places. And it's not everywhere, it's not consistent.
Yeah, and couple that with the fact that some of these corners, like where they're driving through now into Brünchen, the car is jumping laterally across the track because there's such changes of elevation. Your car wheels are going to leave the ground, most impressively coming up to Flansgarten in a few seconds' time. Those famous shots of cars with tyres off the ground, and followed immediately, of course, by a hard right-hand.
Yeah, of course.
So negotiating that on such a narrow track, you've got to anticipate your car's going to jump to the left or the right, and still have room to play when you land.
When it first happens, it's very, very off-putting. Because again, there's a lack of consistency, but there are parts of the track where you've just got to accept that happens, Peter, because if it's not, you've overslowed.
That's right, and you won't be competitive. Equally, if you're offline, you're going to encounter bumps and jumps that you didn't know existed, because you know there are always going to be areas of the track you've never driven over if traffic forces you offline.
There's a couple of places yesterday when we were looking particularly at the battle at the front of the field where the Porsches were popping up the back end off the ground, not necessarily the front, but it was getting pushed up off the back. That's where all the weight is in the Porsche, and I thought, I didn't realise there was a bump there.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
It's also interesting, obviously, they resurface to repair the track. That sometimes eradicates bumps, but equally with the freeze thaw over winter, you can see that some bumps get worse or better just because of the movement of the geography of the landscape.
4-hour race here, Peter. Some cars running 2, some cars running 3, some cars running 4 drivers. I'll just put that to one side at the moment. This coming in from the YouTube. We don't monitor the YouTube track, but our responsible adult does. Here's the battle again for 4th position. And the Aston Martin, despite the big hole in the air that's been made by that Car Collection Motorsport Alex Fontana driven car, Christian Cronjes can't get there. And look at the second Porsche coming through here. Huge run. And from being, what, 15, 20, 25 car lengths back as they come to Heulrein at the end of the lap, he's right on the tail. So when you ask how far back does the slipstream start working, well, that's a double slipstream, and the answer is 15, 20 cars back down
It's
there.
absolutely true. And I think, to be fair, Fontana was lucky that he had a back marker up ahead of him that he could get a half slipstream from to protect himself down that straight.
Yeah.
I think the Aston would have been right alongside him, and that would have been a switch for position. Look now, the Porsche on the slow exits, the Aston struggling a little bit relative to the rear-engined Porsche. You can see on these couple of hairpins through the Mercedes arena, the Porsche's all over the Aston.
Battle for the sharp end of the GT 3 Carrera Cup field, the Cup 3 field, and that is a change of position there as the Mühlner car goes through on the Black Falcon car. So that is for first and second. So what has happened to the 959? Oh, that's in Cup 3.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's Cup 2.
Yeah, still motoring well.
Yeah.
About 3 seconds up.
Yeah.
Interestingly, the Mustang is just about maintaining the gap, 6-7 seconds in third place.
So Yenna on the YouTube chat, and if you do want to ask us questions, the best way to get in front of Peter and myself, because I've got it up on the screen, is to use X, formerly Twitter, at RSL_studio. But Yenna asking about how many drivers you can have, and thank you, Olivia, Oliver, one of our producers from Nürburgring TV, who's always rapid on the regulations. For anything that has 4 drivers, 1, 2, 3 or 4 drivers can be entered. For the 6-hour race, at least 2, but 3 or 4 also. And a driver can be entered for the maximum of 2 cars at the same event, which we have seen. Frank Stippler, in fact, is in 2 cars from 2 different manufacturers this weekend. And before anything else happens, Allard Kalf is chuckling away to himself, and he's fired this into RSL_studio. He said, heard Peter talking about being paired with Jerome Blake-Lemolen, who had to do a lap in the DTM Opel back in the day. He'd done a day in a road car going around, came back wide-eyed and said to him, there now seem to be 100 corners more on the track, and it's much narrower as well.
That's an interesting story. It's funny when people talk about how many corners are there on the Nordschleife. You've got to define corner, right? If it's any kind of change of direction, I believe there is something like 180. But if you define it as a significant change of speed as well, or gear shift and brake action, then it's something like 86. But still, in that 86, there's a huge variety of challenge through each corner, not just because of the severity of the corner, the fact most of them are blind, and the fact that we've got camber and elevation changes and weather changes and all those things we've talked about. So what a fantastic place to motor race.
And if you get the chance to go to the Nürburgring to watch races in the ADAC, for example on the 27th of September, where Max Verstappen is slated to be back in the Amel Frey 296 Ferrari, do it. It is by no means as expensive as you might think. Very good value. Grandstand seats down the front straight and in the Mercedes arena. You can wander out into the forest. There's places you can park as well. Access to the pits and paddock, or the paddock at least, the back of the paddock. Some great places to watch. Take a good pair of walking boots and be prepared to do a bit of hiking, but and take clothes for every occasion, because it could be steaming hot, it could be snowing. And that's in July, by the way. Never mind by the time we get to September the 27th, which is the next race. So do think about that. Yeah, I talked to Peter Dumbreck about corners, and and also Timur Bernard about corners and how wide it was. And Timur's answer, because he'd just done the unofficial lap record in the 919 Ultimate, the Porsche that was optimised for everything. And he said, I didn't remember there being that many corners before when he was doing that. Michelin did some new tyres. So another change of position, or that was the change of position, should I say, at the front of the Cup 2 category.
Still raging, this battle.
Well, and it will do. Traffic assisted as well, I think it's for that one. But you've got to be... I mean, how much of that can you... As the 2 mil, actually no, that was another position, because that's the 2 Milner cars now first and second in that class. Just realised that. And the green and black car now dropped down into third for Lurch Motorsport. How much can you see and can you anticipate, Peter? The nature of this is there's a lot of blind parts of the circuit, but as soon as you see cars coming up in the distance, do you try and get on the back bumper of a car that you're racing just in case there's a little foobar or a fumble from the driver?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a car that you're lapping versus a car you're racing, or versus even a car that may be lapping you, the answer's different. So the trick is to think about the bigger picture. It's hard to do, obviously, in the heat of the moment, but if you're aware that the car in front of you is going to be, holding you up, you want to get past before the corner. If the car in front of you may be as quick in a straight line, you might want to slipstream it up the following straight and just defend the corner. So that is the overtaking side of things, and then there's the being overtaken part, which Max Verstappen yesterday got experience of in spades, and he's probably not had that experience for many years, but he had to manage GT3 cars coming through without losing too much time. It's curious here, the rules are unusual in the sense that if you are blue flagged, meaning that there's a car coming up behind you to lap you, you are not obliged to move over. No. You can stay on your racing line. In fact, you're encouraged to stay on the racing line because it's a safer outcome for everyone.
It's more consistent.
It is indeed, and predictable. So you then have to decide, when am I going to let this GT3 through? And I want to do it in such a way that I don't lose time, but I can also then draft the car up the following straight.
You know, that is something that I talk about a lot in multi-class racing, and yet I still think it's an underrated skill. Passing a different category of car is a skill, and you have to be able to do that without ruining your and their race. But being passed is the skill as well, so that it does as least damage to your race and your lap time as possible.
And indeed being fair to the GT3, yes, of course, because you don't want to get in a situation where you're impeding them. So it's all about trying to be considerate without impeding or damaging each other's race. And we've all seen the outcome of both ends of that, where the car in front or the car behind were at fault, and there was an outcome of a collision. Not wishing to draw attention to any particular experience I had earlier this year. But at the end of the day, we're all there to race. We're all in different classes. We're not actually racing each other, but we equally both don't want to lose any speed. Got a big draft here from the number 3 Falcon coming up behind its teammate. We're going to see some interesting activity here into Tiergarten. I think up the right-hand side there may be a space, but, it's damp on the inside there. He's got to be careful.
Look how late before they brake. They had not braked right through that dip. The Mustang, I reckon, is coming back on them. It was 6 seconds at the last split, and I think Frank Stippler is coming back. The two Porsches working well together. They are not battling right now. The red mirrors is on the number 4 car, which is Tim Heinemann. So they have swapped over, actually, because it was 3 from 4. Jules Sturm was leading, and Tim Heinemann was examining the part number on the rear diffuser of that car for a good lap or so. So they have swapped over, and they run now the way they finished yesterday, with Heinemann from Sturm and Stippler now still holding on to them, round about 6 seconds back. Good morning to Maverick in the Netherlands. Describes himself as a bit of a newbie round here. Thanks for the explanations. Absolutely our pleasure. At Radio Show Limited, whatever racing we are covering, sprints, endurance, GT, classic, 2 or 4 wheels, we always say think of us as a resource, and ask us the questions if you need it. And glad you're back with us today.
Just a small observation, John. So those two cars, those two Falcon cars, they look like they were working together, but actually I'm thinking the number 3 car is struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
His exit of just on the Grand Prix there, couldn't really get the power down. The rear was moving.
So they swapped over at a green flag after the carousel. That's directly after the carousel, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is a little way around the track and sort of half a lap ago, but after that replay, you know, I kind of expected the cars to stay together, but I just have a sense that the 4 car is a little bit more competitive at this point.
Also, good morning to Angels Down. Thank you again for the kind comments. How do you feel about Ford's GT3 program these past couple of years? Can they start to build a real dynasty here? I think they already have. I think the foundations are in place, and HRT, Hout Racing Team, that was a massive coup to get a team of their caliber, particularly here, and in racing right across the GT world, to come to the Blue Oval. I don't think they'll be the only team there. The GT3 is competitive in other forms of racing. We have customer cars over in IMSA, for example, with the Texas-based Gradient team. They'll be competing at the Indianapolis 6 Hours in IMSA, which we'll be covering for you next weekend, and then Petit Le Mans in end of September, beginning of October actually. And one thing, if Jim Farley is the top man at Ford, and he races, and he is a car guy. Now, you might think, of course, he's a car guy. He's the CEO of one of the biggest car companies in the world. But people who are management in car companies are not necessarily petrol heads. They're managers. They are people who have to make difficult strategic decisions looking 5-10 years ahead. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be. There might not be, if they work for Zanussi, there might not be a big fan of fridges, is basically what I'm saying. They're a good manager. Still a battle for 4th and 5th, by the way, going on out in the countryside with the blue and red Porsche ahead of the Aston Martin in shades of green. And then Christian Cronjes in the middle there of two Porsches with Black Falcon right in behind them. So Jim Farley races to a decent level. He's fairly tidy behind the wheel of anything. The guys at the head of now Ford Racing in all of its forms, on-road, off-road, rally, Baja racing, circuit racing, grassroots racing, they are all car people. And when you think now how many different parts of racing Ford are coming into, but they're not prioritising one above the other. They'll be in Formula 1 next year. Max Verstappen will have a Ford badged engine behind him, which might give you a clue, potentially. I'm just sticking it out there as to if he came here to do the 24 hours in 2026, might he be in blue oval overalls? It would kind of make sense from what would be going on in his day job, but I can't see any reason for him not to, with a new set of regs coming around. So yes is the short answer to that. Angels Down. And a company like that, if they're going to do this, very slow moving Cup 2 or 3 car, I think it was a 3 car, might have been one of the Milner cars actually, going very slowly, and the battle for 4th and 5th, which is still at the moment held by, actually it's just swapped over, hasn't it, because oh no, Fontana's up the road, so that's 5th and 6th. Fontana down the inside of another slower car at the moment, but my goodness me, perfect illustration from above there, Peter, of just how tight that was coming up towards mid curve. You're going uphill, you want to keep your foot flat down. I don't think there was one iota, one scintilla of a lift there from Christian Cronjes, because he knew that Bunagel was right behind him, and in the difficult lighting conditions there, and now all of a sudden there's a slow moving car.
Two things. He was looking in his mirror to try to deal with his direct competitor, but at the same time he's trying to position his car for that slight right-hand kink, which is compounded by the fact there's a big bump over that kink. You don't really want to approach that on the right-hand side. It's flat out. So a lot of factors at play, but coming across a car like that, I have to say I nearly knocked my headphones off. I was living that moment with him.
So just to finish off the Ford thing, and this is battling Caymans again on the link through. Keep an eye on the light blue. I really like that light blue with the asymmetric stripes and the highlighter red pink on that car. That works really well with the GT4 Club Sport shape. So I think for the Ford question, when Ford decide to do something and they decide to do it all in, which they clearly are doing with GT3 and GT4 racing, then they are throwing resources at it. They're getting the right people to it, Peter. And if somebody offered you a driver in a Ford GT3 at the Nürburgring with a decent team, you'd be daft to say no, wouldn't you? Because you know that you've got the resource there.
Yeah, definitely, and they've proved the car in various locations. I think it's fabulous that you know that there's a element of Nürburgring in their future. You know, you can't claim, in my opinion, and I know this might sound controversial, but you can't claim to have conquered motorsport and not done the Nürburgring.
That's true.
Yeah. I think Max recognises that. That's why he's come here. It holds a great deal of challenge and fascination for him because it's considered to be the toughest racetrack in the world. I know people will argue that, but when you combine all the factors we've talked about, so for Ford to come with a Mustang and you know, conquer the 24 hours and hopefully create a hierarchy underneath that, whether it's GT4 or other classes, I think is a big kudos to them.
So we now have a little bit of meat to put on the bones of what happened turn one, lap one. It was the Pro Stock Racing Aston Martin. That was an Aston Martin Vantage that we were looking at the carousel, the 175 car. And that was the car that hit the bright yellow number 786 Huracan Evo. Suspension damage on the 786 and a slow puncture for the Aston, which then spun in the Caracciolo carousel. So that now we have the history of events. Now the other Aston Martin that was battling in the top five, that's the Valkenhorst car, is one of the first of the front cars to come in. Oh, actually Frank Stippler's come in early as well. Now we saw this tactic at the end of lap 5 yesterday, and that worked very well for actually the number 3 Joel Sturm Falcon. That's what they did yesterday, but both the Falcons have gone round this time. It's easy to just say go to the hour because it's a 4-hour race, but there's more than one way to do this race.
Indeed. I mean, there are a couple of factors at play. If the weather's fairly stable, it's far more easy to predict your pit stop sequencing to the end of the race, assuming no major incidents. But I think the other factor is it's also with the fueling at the Nürburgring, they're sharing fuel pumps, which are just typical trigger fuel pumps. They're not dump churns or anything like that. And what you don't want is to be in a queue for the pump, as it were. You don't want to be falling over each other, or even worse, as has happened on several occasions, not be able to position your car close enough to reach the pump. Which then requires sticking the chicken wings underneath it and wheeling the car around at an angle to be able to get to the pump. So these are all factors that are going to disrupt your race, and therefore, people will elect to come in out of sequence.
What did you call those trolleys?
Little chicken wings, that stick underneath the side of the car. I'm not sure if that's a technical term.
Are these now?
That's what they remind me of anyway.
Right, that's going into the lexicon. Good morning to Mark Daniels. Or good afternoon, actually, as it is now. Central European summertime, coming up to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Loving the coverage. Track unique, even on a PS5. Absolutely. That's how I learned it to start with. Paul Ailing said, I made the fatal error of re-downloading Red Dead Redemption 2 on Friday night and spent the whole of yesterday roaming around the Old West. But I'm with you today. Need to do a better job of diarising the races. Paul, the good news is, if you go onto the VLN YouTube page, the archive of the whole race will be there. If you just want to listen, you can go to radiolemans.co or radio-show.co.uk, and the audio archive in 2 parts is already up there. That was up there about an hour after the race yesterday. and no breaks in the audio coverage. But by the way, we talked through the whole race. So, Paul, if you want to catch up on yesterday, thank your lucky stars that there's a thing called an archive. And hello to Trish Porter, watching and listening. And do you two commentate on other motorsport? Well, Peter tends to race quite a bit, but we're breaking him into the booth. Believe it or not, this weekend is his first proper go at commentary. We often interview him when he's been racing here at the Nürburgring, but
it's a lot more stressful than racing.
You said that yesterday. I couldn't believe it. He came out the booth yesterday after 4 hours. We'll catch up on some more of your texts in a moment.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
The battles continue, first and second. The two faulted cars in the way they finished yesterday, and they're splitting their pit stops again. So at the end of lap 6, with a new fastest lap of the race from Tim Heinemann for Falken Motorsports, 7:57. That's more like it. Joel Sturm dives into the pits, and he's followed in by Frank Stippler, who had closed down to just 3.6 seconds on the second Falken. It was over 8 seconds. Stippy had been putting great lap times in. Frank Stippler, who drives anything like he stole it. A few years ago, at the end of the Audi TT Cup season, Audi brought back a whole host of their legend drivers. Tom Christensen, Dindo Capello, Emmanuel Pirot, you name it, they were there. And Frank Stippler, of course, was there. And Frank Stippler took them all to school and absolutely wiped the floor with everybody else. Took it very seriously, qualified well, and then drove away from a legend-packed field. It was absolutely brilliant to watch. Peter, Kate and John Hindhoff with you. Debris on the track, so that is the yellow and red striped flag on the front straight. There's a bit of bodywork down there as the leaders are starting to pit, but Tim Heinemann in the absolute lead of the race has stayed out there. Just want to quickly finish a couple of posts that have come into us. And hello to Trish Porter, asking if we do anything else. Well, Radio Show Limited, RSL, basically we love talking about motorsport. So the IMSA races in the States via IMSARadio.com, IMSA.tv and IMSA's YouTube channel. If you're outside the States, all of those pictures as well are free. We're always free for the audio, free with no ad breaks. We also do the 24-hour series organised by the Dutch promoters Creventic, very much on a similar basis to what you're seeing here with GT3 as the top class. Another big race coming for them in December will be at Sepang for a 12-hour race in the first weekend of September. Next IMSA race, by the way, is the Indy 8 Hours, which is next weekend, and we'll have the support races there, including Pilot Challenge, which is a GT4 and TCR mixed category race, some other bits and pieces as well. We cover Mustang Challenge, Porsche Carrera Cup America. We also look after some classic racing on YouTube as well for Peter Auto, including the Le Mans Classic, the Le Mans 24 Classic, and also the Bathurst 12 Hours. That's just some of the things we do. If you go to radio-show.co.uk or imsaradio.com, those are our two major audio and visual portals. So plenty of sports car racing for you coming up. Barcelona 24 Hours is our next twice around the clock race, and that is the weekend of the 27th and 28th. We have a number of commentators who work with us. We're bringing new people on all the time. In fact, one of our commentators, one of our Scots commentators, Peter Mackay, this weekend is in Chile, and he's doing the stage end for Rally Chile at the moment. Big Porsche fan. And Jay's just asked, how do you find a schedule of all the races? Watched N24 for the last few years, want to start watching more than just that. I've just tweeted on, or X'd, on at RSL_studio, but if you search VLN.de, that is the series website, all kinds of information on there, start lists, regulations, etc. So by all means have a look at that. The dates for next year are out, by the way. And Hugh Williams, and I'll throw this one to Peter as our driver expert, is asking, this might be a rude question. Hugh, as I said yesterday when I know you were watching for the first time, there's no rude questions, there's no daft questions. You want to know the answer to a question. He said, what are the regulations in this series regarding driver assistance, TC, ABS, etc.?
Kind of depends on the class of car you're in, but certainly, what I'm familiar with, there are adjustable race ABS systems, TC systems set to different levels, obviously brake bias adjustment that you'd move backwards, forwards depending on conditions. And what's really interesting is there's been a change in the world, I would say, over the last sort of decade, where these assistance systems that used to be somewhat of an interference from a driver perspective and took away a little bit from the skill set. Actually now you drive on those systems. The cars are designed, for example, to brake to the apex using the ABS to brake the inside rear to turn the car. And if you don't use them in that way and apply the correct amount of brake pressure to trigger the system, you will not be competitive. So, you know, does that take away from the purity of racing? I don't think so. I think this is all part of technology that enables the car to go faster. And as a driver, yeah, sure, the margins between excellent and average may have gotten smaller because of those systems, but it's still the case that if you don't leverage the capabilities of the machinery to the fullest, you won't win. So even if the margins are smaller, it's still essential that you lean on those systems. And what's also really important is that you can set them through testing, through different conditions, different state of tyre wear, different fuel load. You may even adjust those systems through a stint. So we're now getting down to the nuances that I wouldn't share in public for each car, but definitely there's a lot of driver input to make sure that you're maximising the car through a stint like that.
Yeah, and I have to say, even my limited experience of driving GT3 and racing GT4. I've never raced a GT3, but I have raced a GT4. But they have come on massively, those systems, particularly traction control. Actually, no, and ABS, because the road car derived ABS that GT4s particularly started on, and even some GT3s. Klaus Abbelen just losing a lap there in his final GT3 outing, the legend that is Frickadelli Racing's head of mission. They were basically modified road car systems, and actually once when I was at the Nürburgring with Aston Martin, they were tuning two different versions of road car ABS to work with slick tyres, because the early versions didn't like slick tyre at all, and now you've got multi-adjustable traction control and TC.
It's definitely an area where motorsport has enabled advances for road car safety to improve the ABS, to improve various electronic brake force distribution type systems, TC systems to benefit the general public.
One of the leading cars in SP8T came to the pit lane a moment or two ago, the number 160, the blue Toyota tyres with Ring Racing Supra E4, and I noticed it, and Alan Prosser has clipped it as well. It was not tracking straight into the pit lane there. Hopefully we're answering your questions. VLN.de is pretty easy to remember to go to the series website. Joris van Dorst, I think, saw this yesterday on the timing tower. Sometimes see it's a lap down as we're waiting to go back to green here, and here is Klaus Abbelen, and he's got right behind him the Aston Martin, the number 34 Aston Martin. That's Carlos Villagomez for Valkenhorst Motorsport, and trying to put a lap on him. No, actually, that is for position.
Yeah, some games are being played during the speed restricted zone there.
But Klaus hasn't stopped yet, and Villagomez has. He's actually just taken over that car from Christian Cronjes in the 34 car.
There was a moment there where the Aston was actually pushed on the grass as he was trying to position himself for the green flag.
What's the regulations about overlapping when you're in a slowed or speed controlled zone, let's say?
You shouldn't be overlapping.
I thought so.
And indeed, you know, as you approach that slow zone and you're behind the car, if you are overlapping, then you've taken advantage of that situation. There are lots of great online videos. Actually, you mentioned Frank Stippler a few times, and his choice language when held up by a slower car who isn't following the speed limited zone exactly. So it's a 60 zone, they should be at 60, and some of them are at 55, tend to frustrate the cars behind, so there'll be a bit of overlap to kind of show the nose and say, come on, let's get on with it. But to put the Aston into the grass there was definitely a psychological little bit of a move from the Ferrari.
That is the number 520 in the pit lane, and that is the Toyota tyres with Ring Racing Toyota. Sorry, I think I said 120. It was 520 with Takuma Miyazuno and Hokuto Matsuyama. And now we know why it wasn't tracking straight. It's had a bang on the right front of that. Question about the timing from Charles. So sometimes says everybody's a lap down, and then one by one, every few seconds, it's replaced. I've tagged you in a post that has the live timing that's online if you've got a second screen, and you can get all the splits on that as well, so you can actually work out what's going on. That's what we do here in the Global Broadcast Centre. Obviously, there's only so much information that our colleagues at Nürburgring TV can put on the screen at any one time, and they are generating the graphics, for example, from what they're getting, and but that ultimately the update is governed from the trackside timing, and it is a vagary that it only updates the overall positions at the start-finish line, which obviously is 8.5 minutes.
Yeah,
but,
it's a long lap.
Yeah,
and to couple that, if somebody makes a pit stop and their pit box happens to be before the start-finishing line, that's going to create a little bit of confusion until they drive out and pass that line. So somebody else who's at the far end of the pit lane will take that lap on the list and then make their stop. So it's a little bit of a confusion coupled with the long lap John mentioned.
Yeah, and again, that absolutely valid question, and that's that's just again a vagary here at the Nürburgring because of the long lap. Another lap completed for the leading cars, and finally the pit lane has been visited by the Falken Tim Heinemann car. Now Tim did first and last stints yesterday. He's done the first 2 stints today, whereas the number 3 car? No, John Sturm's done the first 2 stints as well. So they've decided double stint at the beginning of the race with just over an hour completed. So today, Falken have decided to go on a much more, shall we say, traditional for the Nürburgring 6 and 7 lap stints. But what has happened,
the 3 car is ahead,
is Joel Sturm's gone back through. Now, there's 2 reasons for that. One, he had a new set of Falken tyres and a pretty clear lap, but also his pit stop would have been shorter because there is a sliding scale. We talked about this yesterday. It's still, by the way, Klaus Abbelen battling. He hasn't stopped yet, but he did 8 laps yesterday, or 9, I think, in that number 21 Frickadelli and Früher beer sponsored car. And that is the battle for, and there's Klaus going wide on the Grand Prix circuit to turn 4 and 5, and through goes Carlos Villagomez then and takes 8th position. I think Klaus will be in next time around. But yeah, we talked about this yesterday. Again, something that's specific to the Nürburgring is that depending on how many laps you do, that gives you your minimum pit stop time, and it also gives you your maximum litres of refueling as well. So if you do 4 laps and come into the pits, you will have a considerably shorter minimum pit time, but you will only be able to take on a smaller amount of fuel, fewer litres, than somebody who does 7 laps. And there's all kinds of technical reasons for why that is true, but minimum pit stop ultimately is about the fact that we are using pistol grip petrol station, filling station style pumps. There's one pump with 2 nozzles in between 2 pit boxes, which sometimes can have 4, 5 or 6 cars in them. So there has to be an element of sharing and cooperation there. But quite clearly, you are never going to get mechanical pumps that are identically dispensing the fuel. That's understood, and therefore the pit stop time and the fuel that you're allowed to put in that time is there to balance out those slight vagaries and to mitigate any issues.
It's quite a luxury to have a pit stop that's limited by not fuel but a stopwatch. Because it also allows drivers with less experience to make sure they're properly in the car. They haven't
I think that's so important here.
Yeah, they haven't rushed in terms of putting any seat inserts in or getting their belts twisted. You know, it sounds like a basic thing, but once you've started a stint, you have to live with that. And if there's a pad in the wrong place or a belt twisted, it's a really bad
And imagine
situation.
you only find out just as you get on the Hudson back, and you know you've got a painful and potentially dangerous 7.5, 8.5, 9, 10, 12-minute lap before you can get back and sort it out.
That's right. And, you know, different teams do it different ways. The pro teams, you know, will have people on the belts who've done that for years. Some of the other teams, the driver exiting the car will then help the next driver in, and you know, he's still got a helmet on and he's all, you know, hot and excited from the last stint. So, you know, mistakes can happen. So having a nice, you know, luxury of a few extra seconds on the pit stop really makes a difference.
And it's the same for everybody. And you look at the regulations, and you can pick what's working for you. So that does become an extra tactical element. The other thing. Right, how many times have you driven round there on that front straight and you haven't managed to hit? Well, he's moved it over a little bit. I suppose he might have just got in the car. The other thing is, and you've driven cars like this, not all of them have centre lock rims. Some of them have 4 and 5 stud.
Yep.
And the last thing you want to do is the guys changing the tyres, trying to do it like a 2.1 second Formula 1 stop. First of all, you don't have enough people to do that.
Yeah.
And second of all, you want it to be safe. Again, you've got 20 kilometres on the Nordschleife, and you don't want to get in somebody else's way. You don't want to wheel. We've seen what happens when wheels fall off on the Nordschleife. I think it was Adam Christodoulou a few years ago lost a wheel with a cross-threaded centre lock bolt, and he had the mental capacity to pull up, pick it up, put it in the car and drive back on 3 wheels. Incredible. So yes, all of those things are true. So thanks for the questions. We'll do some more later on at RSL_studio. Thank you for being with us. We've just gone through the last hour, so how about we give you, with most of the top 10 having pitted but not all, it's Falcon after the stops in the shape of the number 4 car, started and still driven by Tim Heinemann, who leads from Black Falcon. This is exactly what they did yesterday. Black Falcon, who stopped, however today they did stop after 7 laps as well. So they're on the same stop strategy. Actually, that's not how it stands. Let me wait till we get to the end of this lap, because that's going to change over, because it's actually Joel Sturm who's leading at the moment. There we go, caught in the timing vagaries as I was trying to bring you up to date here. There are a couple of cars in the top 10 that haven't stopped. The leading Müllner Motorsport number 904, that's the Cup 2 Pro leading car. Klaus Abbelen we've mentioned, who hasn't yet stopped as well. And Peter is watching a battle at the moment.
The Mustang is right up behind the number 4 car now, according to the GPS. So we'll hopefully get some coverage of that on the TV too as well.
So we'll wait for those guys to come back into range. I'll pull up my other timing screen, which has all got all of the splits on. 471 has just come into the pit lane. That was the car that qualified. Oh no, that wasn't. So Heiko must be driving 2 cars today, because his name's across that one as well. That's the split he and Harley Houghton up. So let's wait for them to come back through. Meantime, Tim Heinemann at the second of the chicane.
Just seeing on the GPS, just coming out of Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger Höhe with the Mustang right up behind the number 4.
Yeah.
If there's an opportunity to pass, it will be now in the slipstream.
Clear track ahead of Tim Heinemann, but it's behind that he's worried about at the moment as he comes under the Audi Sport advertising and onto the first part of this long...
Using the back marker as a draft.
Very clever.
Watch the eyes in the mirror. He's looking.
Slow-moving vehicle ahead. There's a white flag waving to the left-hand side. He looks to the right. Looks to the right again. Here comes the Mustang, and there he is, coming round the outside through Antonius Bucher, and gets it done well before the braking area. Passes the track vehicle that is been going through. Headlamps flashing from Frank Stippler. What a drive this has been from Stippler as he goes through. And Sturm's already through, by the way. The Müller Motorsport car was briefly scored in second position, but it's now pitted from the lead of Cup 2. And Stippy from the bottom end of the top 10 or so up into third. Check that second position now. The Müller blue, white and black car in the pit lane, allowed to be moved to a 45-degree angle whilst the fuel is still going in from the pistol grip. Gets a little bit of a polish and a do-over as well, new set of tyres. So Stippler giving us what we didn't get the excitement of yesterday. That is an opportunity, Peter Kate, to see the relative performance, strengths and weaknesses between the front engine V8 and the V engine, the rear engined flat six Porsche, both normally aspirated machines. Very different philosophies, but able to race here and use their strengths and weaknesses to their advantages.
Yeah, exactly. The Porsche, through those tight corners, those slow exits, was able to hang on, but watch the Mustang stretch its legs down the straight. Again, through the chicane. It's a more open chicane than the F1 chicane format, but I expect the Porsche will close heavily. And as we go down through Hatzenbach, he's going to be all over that rear diffuser of Frank's Mustang. Taking a different line, you can see Frank trying to defend it. He knows the weakness of the car. He's putting the car in the middle of the track, just trying to make sure there's no last-minute dive into the top end of Hatzenbach through the Sabine Schmitz curve. Looks pretty dry now, John. I mean, I did notice in some areas we've still got a bit of water just lingering at the very edges of the track under the trees, but this section here, it's always a bit greasy and slippery through Hatzenbach, but definitely, you know, there are no dark, damp patches. They're able to drive the ordinary lines, and now you can see as they go through over these curbs, they can ride a few of those apex curbs, a few of those exit curbs, but this is a critical one. This is where Frank's going to want to get his foot down early on this dropping exit, all the way down to Viertelbacher Höhe and Flugplatz. Really fantastic part of the circuit. If you like driving high-speed corners, this is a real eye-opener.
And as soon as you get over that bridge, it's effectively climbing all the way up to, well, actually not quite to the top of the Foxhole, but certainly to the big fast left-hander just before that, Schwedenkreuz, the Swedish cross up there. Klaus Abbelen in the pit lane. New set of tyres going on the 396. I'll give Klaus his due. He's run again 8 laps out of that, and those tyres look pretty decent as they came off actually there.
It was fuel that was stopping him, not the tyres.
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. Just after 1:10 in the afternoon, Central European summertime, Nürburgring. Second of 2 races this weekend. Peter Kate and John Hindorf in the booth with you, live via the VLN YouTube page. Always free coverage in sound and vision globally for the VLN. Another race coming 27th of September. Klaus waving away a small sponge fancy there. I'm not sure that was the right tap. This cake is offered. You take cake, don't you, Peter?
You can always put it somewhere, right?
And also via the player at radiolemans.co, RS1, where we don't have any of the ad breaks. We continue all the way through the races here. If you want to take us with you, perhaps you've been bandwidth compromised or you're out in the car travelling around, exactly the same commentary going out on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. So settling down now after the first hour and the first tranche of pit stop, first cycle of pit stops. So now I can do that run through for you. So it's Falcon first and third, with Haupt Racing and the Ford Mustang in between, separated by about a dozen seconds, those top 3. Alex Fontana continues to lead Pro-Am for Car Collection Motorsport. That is the car that qualified on pole position. Got about 12 seconds as well on Carlos Villagomez for Valkenhorst in the Aston Martin, up to second in classes. I think that's Klaus Abbelen rejoining. See him get out of the car. SP9 Arm is the Black Falcon in the gold and red number 48. Klaus Abbelen rejoining is also in that category. And the top 10 made up by Jutter Racing's Audi, which spun on the first formation lap, and also the Equipe Vitesse, the second of the Audi R8, in the top 10. Mixed in there somewhere, and I'll have to see where they've come out, is Müllner Motorsport in the leading Cup 2 904 Porsche Carrera Cup car, effectively. Ahead of Müllner Motorsport's number 921 and the 48er Active Physik Lush Motorsport 948 car. They're all Cup 2 pros. I think actually the 921 might be back in the lead of that class when we see them shake out. Then the Cup 3 category is the Adam Sandberg driven Adrenaline Motorsport 940. Has made its stop. Has not made its stop, actually. Apologies. So that's a slightly unreal position there. So the battle for second now, going through a track repair zone. And away goes the Mustang, tracked literally in the wheel tracks by Tim Heinemann.
That's such a challenge, John, for the slower cars, because you know that the GC3 is coming up behind you, but you don't know there's another one right behind it.
Yeah.
And often you'll say, okay, I'll let the guy through, and then just as the moment comes where you want to take your line turn in, there's another one.
Down to Brünnchen, big, always a big crowd there, pretty easy to park up and get in there for the NLS race. Be packed during the 24 hours. A lot of people camp around there as well. Often called YouTube Corner, that one. So many people go there. More double yellows. GT4 Aston right ahead. So that was a double yellow and straight back to green there. Is that because the Aston had literally just gone off the track and come back on? I don't know. But it just shows how quickly things can change and how you have to have your wits about you. Where did the Aston go? Maybe it was moving slowly through to the end of the twisty bits in the forest. So this down through Flansgarden, through the Stefan Bella S. Tricky little left-hander, and we've got a course vehicle there as well. You are allowed to pass the course vehicles, and they're aware, keep out of their way. That will look horrendous to people who don't watch this type of motorsport. Discipline, respect. Now, this is where the Mustang needs to get a clear run out of the Gallows Hill bend, Gallows Head bend, and onto this long straight. But the Porsche will pull up in the slipstream here, Peter. I would have thought so as the speed picks up. So the Mustang had an early advantage out of that corner. They got on the power, obviously earlier, but now he's just creeping in. You look at the elevation, just starting to go slightly uphill, and then again it goes down before the braking. This is the most amazing thing. They're going to go through this compression absolutely flat, and they'll only brake as they've come through this S, and now they're on the brakes diagonally across the track to the very last part of Tiergarten and into the Hohenrain chicane. In the dry, in a GT3 car that's handling nicely, what about the apex of that middle right-hand part of that uphill? Yeah, if it's dry, if everything's working, and that's a little bit of a crest as well, and it's often covered in debris from bits and pieces of contact from other classes, so it's not an easy one. And you're braking down from something like 265 km/h in a GT3 down to a second gear chicane, so it's a big deceleration. One of the when I was talking to one of the GT3 Porsche drivers a couple of years ago at the 24, and I said, what is the line through there? And he was talking me through it and saying just what you said. He said, and then you aim directly at the orange overlap on the left-hand side. That's the line. And I went, what? He went, yeah. He said, if you do it right, you're going fast enough, you'll drift past the edge of it. Yeah. And it's like, oh man, you guys are differently wired. Now the Porsche has the advantage. The rear engine, the balance of the car, the balance of performance, if you will, has changed. And up the inside for Tim Heinemann just doesn't quite get his nose where it needed to be. Can the Hyundai be a factor here as they go past the Elantra, flat out through the right-hand kink and now into the crossover. It looks like the rear lights are flashing on the Mustang. That is just a trick of the light and the frame rate on the camera. He's not flashing one indicator then the other. Heinemann takes the wide line to try and do the cutback. He'll try and get down inside. Oh no, he's going to stay on the outside.
There's a back marker in the way. This is going to be interesting. Has
he managed to use that Cayman? Heinemann, I think, has used the other Porsche as a bit of a block, a pick, and he's... Whoa, they must still be side by side. That's incredible, but he's got through on the Hatzabat. That is a huge manoeuvre, traffic assisted, but what a great piece of planning and an opportunist manoeuvre by Tim Heinemann there on Frankston. You don't often outstip Stippy, but he did there.
That was incredible. That was incredible. I'd love to see the helicopter view of that. That's video game stuff. Both cars showing massive respect. There's no room for error. They would have been inches apart, but equally inches from the barrier on each side of the track through that sequence. What a tremendous example of Nordschleife racing.
One of those slow zones, actually, and again, thanks to Alan Prosser, he has done a bit of a zoom there, and there was a car being recovered on its side out in the forest. We'll get news on that on the moment. It was being turned back over. Driver's door was open, driver out of the car. I'll tell you which car that was at the moment. We'll try and get some news on it. 2 hours and 40 minutes, so 40 minutes still to half distance here. And if you're new to this, it's not always about door mirror to door mirror racing. Sometimes cars are half a lap, 5 minutes apart, but they're actually trading tenths of seconds, which might just come to be crucial at the end of the race. Most people on the same stop strategy today, far fewer people stopping early. And I suspect, Peter, I'll throw this one in and you can tell me as the expert, I suspect that that would tell you there's slightly fewer worries about the consistency of the weather.
Yeah, I would agree. I just checked the app, in fact, where it's a bit telepathic here, John, because if it is going to be patchy rain, obviously you can't predict your stops. You want to try and forecast what's happening and time your stops so you're not having to make double stops for tyres separate from fuel. But in this case, it's dry. It's pretty predictable. There's not a high degree of wind. I can't see that there's a likelihood of rain now to the end of the race. Just watching these Audis having a nice battle. We just cut away from them.
That is a battle for position, by the way.
It is. It is. My old teammate Arno Klaassen, the second of those cars. It'd be interesting to follow that one through. They're literally tenths apart.
Different classes for those cars. Selvers in the Pro-Am and Arno Klaassen in the Equipe Vitesse number 50 car. 7th and 8th, by the way, in the SP9 Am. But battling for the honour of the 4 rings and the Ingolstadt brand. Although their customer racing department moved out to a purpose-built facility slightly further away when I went there, back down through the years. The racing department was in it right on the edge of the car plant in a building, a single-storey building that had been an old Aldi supermarket. And it's where they were assembling the Le Mans cars.
So they only had to change one letter then.
Yeah, both very good. It was actually pretty anonymous, deliberately, I think, that particular area. They had the, fortunate enough to go and see the dyno rooms with the guys who were just genius, brought us TFSI, which we've all benefited from down through the years. And that was in a more substantive part of the Ingolstadt building, but it was all decanted out to a place called Newtown, Neustadt. And they have their own little test track up there. Now that Audi getting a full service, including new tyres and wheels. And again, that's a 5-stud standard rim, which is then being fastened on with an electric drill with a wheel nut accessory on it, and then torqued up with a torque wrench. Good old-fashioned torque wrench. Each of the cars will have a foot-pound or kilogram meter.
comes back to what you were saying earlier, John, about how accessible this form of racing is. You've got cars at the front end of the field, absolute world-class pro drivers, pro teams, all the way down through to, as you mentioned, the 46 earlier, the BMW and others, which, you know, are not a million miles away from essentially club racing cars, and the drivers can get in those cars, prove themselves and move up the ladders accordingly. So teams too, those cars are not too complex to engineer and prepare and run, lots of parts and lots of support and knowledge about setup around, so very, very accessible form of racing with a good ladder up to the top.
Hello to Timo Schilling, loving the onboards from the Porsche in particular. He said, I'd love to know where it was mounted. And why don't we have Code 60s instead of virtual safety cars in other forms of racing? Code 60s works particularly well on a long track. But even on a short track, and we do that in the 24-hour series, Tino, to be honest, it means you can get back to green quicker. You don't have to do wave-bys, pass-arounds, reset the field. It means you can neutralise the field faster. You don't have to wait for the leader to catch the safety car, and it means you can go back to racing quicker as well. So I think it works. I understand entirely that other series, and particularly in IMSA, American racing, the safety car is part of the history. It is part of the tactics. It's part of how they go racing, and restarts as well. But yeah, thank you for that. Bad news from one of your erstwhile teammates, Peter. The car that was on its side was the pole-sitting 959 Müllner Porsche with Harley Houghton behind the wheel. It has been recovered. Harley out of the car, had to go to the medical centre for a check. As the Mustang again diving down the inside. That was a manoeuvre and a half. That was brilliant stuff, using the cubic inches of the Mustang at the end of the Dottinger Hole, but then through the very last one-right chicane there, diving through in a phenomenal manoeuvre. Harley Houghton back in the medical centre for a mandatory check. He's fine. The team have him back now. Driver okay. That has championship implications for those guys, because they're fighting for their championship, and they've had a good overall championship as well this season.
They have indeed. They have indeed. And you know, these
sorry, not the Müllner, the Sword car. Yeah, sorry, 959 Cup 3 car. Thank you, Oliver. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've said before, those Cup classes, Cup 3, Cup 2, they're very, very close. It's one of those classes where you can't afford to leave a 10th. So he's going to have been driving absolutely on the ragged edge, and the car is set up to be driven that way. I'd love to see what happened. Harley's very, very capable driver. So with the Nordschleife, so many different things can happen that have nothing to do with...
Stippy and Heinemann together, scrapping on the Grand Prix circuit, and Stippy just ushering Heinemann off there at the top of the hill through the S's. Now, how will that be seen? We do have the penalty loop. Should that be deemed overzealous defence? How alongside was the Porsche to the Mustang? How much room was left on the outside, the exit of that corner? Well, the answer to that, I can tell you, was none at all.
It's tricky because that corner, essentially, you do run out wide. So not wishing to take sides here, but if you put yourself in that position on the outside, there is a risk that the driver will run you wide. That was extreme, but let's see how the officials see it.
Let's see if it gets looked at. Couple of cars for going too quickly into the pits, including the number 470. Well, that never ends well, really. That's rather cut and dried for the Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport machine, the number 470 in the VT2. That's a Cupra Leon car. And there is a speed limit display coming into the pit lane that's driven directly from the speed gun, which is always there.
Sometimes the issue is the accelerating out of the pit lane as well, with the enthusiasm of the new driver in the car.
Right. Put your steward's hat on. Well, there was an overlap, but he wasn't right alongside.
Yeah, and Stippy didn't use all of the curb.
No.
But he didn't leave the car's width. So again, it's going to be up to the officials on that one.
Also, another car that is, now this is a Mulder car. I'm being told the 904 car, which was one of that leading group in Cup 2, stationary at Verstappen, so coming down the hill to the hairpin, and also there as well, the number 80. So what we don't know is if their two issues are connected, and that is the number 80 is another 718 GT4 Club Sport car. It's the Marco Reinbold, Paul Hochberger and Tim Nittel car, which is running in the SP7 category. So that must be a 3.6 there, because that's over 3.5 litres up to 4 litres.
Looks like the Green Hell has sorted out what's fair and not fair with regard to the Mustang and the Porsche, because we've now got them absolutely together again.
And there is the very car we were talking about a moment or two ago from the Tim Heinemann on board. He is our cameraman at that point on the far side, just going down the hill towards the bridge that goes across the main street of one of the towns that is around or within the Nürburgring, down at ADAC. Lovely little place. That's great restaurants down there.
Very, very easy to just walk up the steps and watch a tremendous section of the circuit down from Verstappen and over the bridge and up Exmüller.
There is an alternative entry to the Nordschleife there as well. That would sort of give you half a lap. Very good cafe at that point as well in the car park. But I don't know if that's used anymore.
No, I mean, it may be used on special events. We always used to know it was there from a point of view of if we had a breakdown mechanical issue, because you can roll the car down the gradient to that point and just make it to that exit so that your team could give you assistance. As I said previously to you, John, you know, it's very important as a driver to know where not to get stranded on the Nordschleife. There are certain parts where if you do come to a halt, you can't be reached or recovered, and that's your race run. Generally, the recovery crews do try to bring you back. They want the race to continue. They want you to get back into the race. But there are some dead spots that you need to avoid.
Now, here is a penalty. So just like you'd see in World Superbikes or MotoGP, later on this afternoon, MotoGP at Rimini, isn't it? World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. And so a penalty loop there in the first part of the Grand Prix circuit. And I really like that, because you lose a few seconds, and here's another one actually from another Porsche. No, he was just taking the line and letting Klaus Abbelen go through. Legend of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I like that. You've had a slap on the wrist, Peter. It's not a drive-through. It's not a stop and hold. So it doesn't completely ruin your race, but you know that you've done something wrong. And so does everybody else, by the way, because they see that come up on the timing screen. And that 904 car that was going through there, that, believe it or not, goes back to the start some almost 2 hours ago, hour and a half ago. They lined up in the wrong place as Harley Horton's car is on its way back. You've driven that car.
Yeah, I didn't do that to it, but somebody else had a good go of doing that to it.
That's had that. Well, we saw it being lifted on its side. I think it had been either on its side or on its roof. Hoacht is when you're accelerating up through the forest there, isn't it?
Yeah, very fast left before you get to the highest point of Hoacht, which is then a right and a right again. That fast left, it's always debatable just how flat it is, especially in tricky conditions. If there was traffic, if Harley was compromised in positioning the car due to other cars, you know, anything could happen. The exit there doesn't have a traditional concrete exit. There's a kind of AstroTurf surface just beyond the curb, and if you run on that and it has been raining, that can be extremely slippery. Again, without seeing it, I'm not sure what happened, but it looks like there's some substantial barrier contact to that car.
Yeah, that's
used
been on
the
its
escape
roof.
hatch to get out as well on the roof.
Yeah, I think that's been on its roof.
Yeah.
So what they'll have done is And there is a skill which I was taught many years ago. There is a skill to getting out of a race car that's upside down, and the thing that you absolutely don't do is just unfasten your belts, because you drop down on your head and you can really hurt yourself, do neck and spine damage. Another car that is stranded just to the right hand side, coming into the very fast and committed the Flansgarden area, and the leader is still slow. And he's come past a green flag, I think.
There's a problem.
Sorry, that's the third place car. That's Tim Heinemann. He has not got back up to speed. That engine is just dying, Peter.
Yep, he's slowing and he's slowing and he's slowing.
Oh my goodness. So he came through. There was a car stranded on the right.
But it's not running smoothly.
It's not. It's missing a cylinder.
Is it even a puncture?
A puncture could be a great shout.
I'm seeing it shaking a lot.
Puncture could be a great shout. Maybe debris on the world.
Drive. Yeah, he's got some drive.
Maybe some debris on the track from either Harley's car or the car that was further down the track there.
There's such a lot of camera shake, it just looks like it's not running smoothly on its wheels, does it?
Let's have a... I can turn it up in our ears.
Engine sounds okay.
Engine sounds fine. Oh, slap of the steering wheel with the right hand of Tim Heinemann. That's surely another nailed on overall and class podium for Falcon number 4 that has been cruelly taken away. He hasn't got a long way to go, but it's long enough.
There's nothing worse than creeping at this speed around some of these corners. I mean, he's relieved to see the Dottinger. You're well visible to all the cars around you, but some of those blind corners, when you're at this speed with a puncture, it's pretty terrifying when these cars are rushing up behind you with a closing speed of 250 kilometers an hour.
I think it's left rear. I think it's left rear. He had just enough lock on in the car. You
can see the blue smoke, can't you?
Yeah, you can now. Yeah, absolutely. Halfway down the Dottinger Herd, just coming up to where the tourist foreign exit is.
Yeah, well spotted.
Oh, man alive. We don't have favourites, and I'm not saying that because I'm particularly linked to Porsche or to Falcon Tyres or to Tim Heinemann, but I'm actually slightly disappointed from a selfish point of view, because that was a 3-car battle par excellence for the lead that has been snatched away from us. Now the 2 at the front. Stippy,
I wonder,
21 seconds away.
I wonder if that puncture was triggered by the trip across the gravel.
Oh,
they'd find a piece of gravel in the rim, you know, where the tyre meets the rim. That could well result in a slow puncture.
Well, and the tyre engineers look at the tyre carcass of any puncture or deflation forensically. They really do. They tell you that the tyre could tell you a story even if there's not much of it left, and they will take that away. They'll have a look at it. They'll look at the data that they've had from the tyre pressure monitoring system, which all of these GT3 cars, what the GT4 cars have nowadays. You have them on your road cars mostly nowadays, and if you've got a decent car, sometimes you even have a tyre temperature as well. But he's done a really good job to get that back without the whole of the carcass coming away, so they've got something to work with.
Looks like there's nothing else wrong with the car at the moment. They're having a good look around.
Of course they are. They'll be looking to see if there's any of the inside tyre banding, any of the carcass that's wrapped itself around the strut, brake area, bottom suspension arm, the A-arm at the bottom. And they've got time to do that. This is the beauty of having a timed pit stop. The fuel's still going in. There's no need for them to be dashing about. They're looking to see if the bodywork's been deranged on the left rear as well. The inner wheel arch just been clicked back in there. That does have a bit of an aerodynamic effect, that inner wheel arch. You've got a low pressure area in there. Also, you've got air being ducted in. Although this is a GT...
Looks like they're going to rip it out.
Yeah, I think, rather than have it drop down.
Which removes the grille that protects the device behind.
Yeah, correct.
So if there's any gravel now flicked up from the tyre, obviously that's an exposure that they don't want. But looks like the car's going to go out.
The Racing GT3's nice bit of left footwork to take the windscreen cleaner out of the way. Now, you know, he was working his... He came in after 8, didn't he? 8, 9, 10, 11. So that actually, it has cost him time because he'd only been out a couple of 3 laps, Peter. So he would have been able to be released before that, but he's back in.
Yeah, those are the eyes of a driver who wasn't expecting to be in the car just yet.
I'd say that. I'd say that. Ben Luchter then in for probably the rest of the race, unless they short stint him at some place in and give him and put Tim in again for the end. Oh man, that'll be disappointing. German colleagues down there in the pit lane, and just
mit dem Ford gekämpft haben. Ja, dann hatte Stifler den Tim ein bisschen verhungern lassen. Wir sind dann durchs Kiesbett gefahren. Ob der Reifenschaden daher rührt, kann ich auch noch nicht sagen. Können wir vielleicht mal Tim eher fragen.
And there is Tim in the pit lane. Maybe have a listen to what he's got to say.
Momentan, aber mit Sicherheit sagen kann es auch.
Gut, Tim, wir leiten das einfach jetzt weiter. Ich stelle die Frage direkt an dich. Du bist gerade mit einer ziemlichen Krawatte ausgestiegen, ne? Was war los?
Nee, nicht mit einer Krawatte. Ich wollte nur was trinken holen. Nee, auch gut. Ja klar, es ist ein bisschen frustrierend. Ich meine, es gibt Schlimmeres.
Well, he's remarkably upbeat considering what's happened, but he is talking about the battle he was having with Frank Stippler and that little off. So you might have absolutely nailed it.
Das kommt, keine Ahnung. Ich bin auf jeden Fall nicht durch die ganzen Trümmerteile gefahren, die auf der Strecke lagen. Zumindest habe ich es nicht wahrgenommen. Es kann natürlich sein. Von dem war ja einfach ärgerlich. Ich glaube, der Zweikampf war...
Racing continuing out on the Nürburgring Nordschleife with just under 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. So drama at the front of the field there, Peter, but such is life here on the Nürburgring. A smile on the face still of Tim Heinemann. I'm impressed with his phlegmatic approach to that. I've had a pretty good season though. The early part of the season had some good results. 1-2 yesterday. And they haven't lost a lap, but in fact Ben Luchter he's probably going to be still top 6 and still be SP9 third position because of the entry in there. The question will be, how much further up the overall can they get? Somehow he's still smiling.
It's a shame it's disrupted their pit stop sequencing as well, because I suspect there'll be an additional splash and dash for that car before the end.
I was just looking at that and trying to work that one out to see if...
Der Nürburgring befindet sich ja in einem Jubiläumsjahr, oder wir steuern auf wichtige Jubiläumsjahre zu. Vor 100 Jahren der Baubeginn vom Nürburgring, wie wir ihn heute kennen, der Nordschleife. Und in 2 Jahren jährt sich wirklich 100 Jahre Nürburgring. Das ist der Grund, warum wir so eine kleine Serie machen mit dem Historiker rund um das Thema Nürburgring, Alexander, dem Alex Krass. Gestern haben wir schon ein paar Themen behandelt, genau wie die Rennen vorher. Gestern haben wir die Streckenvorstellung durch dich gehabt. Alex, welche Strecken wir haben, welche Kombinationen wir fahren können. Und da würde ich heute gerne weiter drauf einsteigen. Nämlich, was wir aktuell für Läufe und für Rennen hier sehen.
Genau, also gestern der Blick darauf, wie die Strecke heute aussieht, wie die Strecke vor allem damals ausgesehen hat, wie sie gebaut wurde. Und heute schauen wir uns dann mal vorbereitend auch für kommendes Jahr an, global, welche großen Veranstaltungen es da in den letzten fast 100 Jahren gab, welche sich einen wirklichen Namen gemacht haben, welche es heute davon auch immer noch gibt, um dann nächstes Jahr vielleicht auf das eine oder andere Rennen punktuell dann nochmal genauer einzusteigen.
Ich sehe schon, du hast einige originale Programmhefte mitgebracht.
it's normally connected to how far over the speed limit you are as well. And again, there's a sliding scale. I would suggest at 30 seconds it's been quite a large transgression of the pit lane speed limit, which is 60 kilometers an hour.
Wir reden aber auch von Motorrädern.
Genau.
Der Motorradsport war deswegen wichtig. Ich meine, heute auf der Nordschleife keine Motorradrennen mehr, aber wir müssen immer noch bedenken, das erste Rennen auf dem Nürburgring überhaupt am 8. Juli 1927.
So, at the front of the field, with probably another 3 or 4 laps to go for the leaders, it's Jules Sturm for Falken, ahead of Frank Stippler, who's now 20 seconds behind the leader. So that little battle for the moment has calmed down and just cooled off a wee bit. Alex Fontana, who started in pole position overall in the SP9 Pro-Am, leading number 44 car Collection Motorsport, that's the blue and red car, is in 3rd position, so that's Porsche, Ford, Porsche. 2nd in Pro-Am, 37 seconds further back in 4th position overall, the Falkenhorst Motorsport Carlos Villa Gomez car, that's the Aston Martin Vantage, of course. And still scored in the top 5, Ben Leuchter has taken over the Falken car that had the left rear puncture. Number 4 Porsche ahead of the 48 black Falken car. Yeah, I think actually that those two are the other way around. I think Black Falken's gone through now into 5th, and I think that Jutta Racing Audi and the Equipe Vitesse Audi's probably gone through as well. So I think Ben Leuchter's probably loitering with intent somewhere near the bottom end of the top 10 around those Cup 2 Pro battling foursome. The leader for once has a little bit of clear track ahead, heading up the hill, all climbing up the hill towards the Schwedenkreuz, Swedish cross over the top of the brow, stay at the right hand side of the road. Helpfully there is a triangle sign that tells you that's coming, and we've got some barrier work vehicles right at the top of the foxhole, underneath the bridge and down into the foxhole with traffic. And now it's clear. But even now it's clear. But even things like the way the sun is dappling through there makes it really hard to see the curbs as you're going through the foxhole.
Yeah, and the flags. I don't want to say anything out of order here, but I think he was very, very, very on the edge of passing that back marker before the green flag down into the foxhole.
Right.
The green flag is obviously green against the green backdrop of trees and forest in the shadows. Really, really hard to see. Nürburgring's done a great job of introducing some digital signage to help with some of the flags. It's so difficult to see some of the flags where they're positioned around the track, particularly if you have traffic around you. So fingers crossed there's no transgression there and all that is in order. But yeah, there was a green flag on the right-hand side that was in evidence, and I suspect there wasn't a flag before that, a green flag before that, so let's see.
Coming down a half distance, just a quarter of an hour away, leading SP9 Pro-Am car Alex Fontana, the Swiss driver, in that very handsome livery. Porsche 911 is such a good canvas for liveries, and they work with a number of base colours as well, since the advent of aero paint and film and vinyl. The old days of a whole GT class full of very white Porsches have disappeared. Remember that at Le Mans down through the years, and also in early Carrera Cup races. It's the white Porsche from the white Porsche, leading Paul Truswell, our statistician, to talk about GT winning cars as the car that will win GT will be the most boring white Porsche. And he didn't mean that from how it looked, but have the least amount of drama in the race. Nowadays we have, thankfully, a tremendous array of liveries, including that classic two-tone
beim 24-Stunden
blue and mint,
was auf zwei Rädern mit
the crossover stripes of the Falcon cars. Again, another very different livery that works on a 911. So, coming up to 10 minutes before 2 o'clock Central European summertime. Weather has not been an issue. Was damp, near wet this morning in qualifying, but the race was started under dry conditions with even those who thought they might need wet tyres changing before they went out on the formation lap. And as we head towards the half distance, Falcon by now 19 seconds over Haupt Racing, Porsche from Ford. Then the SP9 Pro-Am leader is the Car Collection Motorsport car, Porsche should I say, Falcon Motorsport, and the Aston in second position. It's John Hindhaugh and Peter Kate in the Global Broadcast Centre with Sunday racing in the NLS here at the Nürburgring, and still plenty of action to come from the Green Hell in round 8 of the 2025 Nürburgring Langstrecken-serie, the NLS, organised by the VLN.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Falkenreifen.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Liebe Fans, besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen. Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, we're rapidly approaching half distance here at the Nürburgring for our second event of the weekend. Peter Cates alongside me, John Hindorf, in the Global Broadcast Centre, live in sound and vision. The VLN NLS live official YouTube channel on which you can follow this series throughout the year. All free. No subscription required, so please don't be tempted. If someone is offering you a subscription to watch this, it is always available free. And of course, if you're travelling around or you're a bit bandwidth challenged, go over to radio-show.co.uk or radiolemans.co. Hit the listen live button and select RS1 from the player, and you can take us around with you and have us in your ears as well. So Peter's just been checking up on his former teammate as another car does the penalty loop. That was one of the BMWs. What have you heard from Harley Horton? That looked like a nasty incident at Hoak with the car clearly having been on its roof, was recovered by, rolled onto his side, and I think he had to get out of the escape hatch. Yeah, it looks like it. Harley's fine, thanks for asking. He's good. So the 959 car obviously not participating further, but he's back and safe, which is priority number one, of course. Looks like it was that hangover of the wet start to the race that just kept a bit of rain on the exit there in that AstroTurf. But, you know, at the end of the day, priority is that Harley's back and safe. The car's been extremely competitive in his hands and Heiko Eichenberg's hands through this year. They're still leading the championship, and I expect that competitiveness will continue next time. Yeah. A dent, apologies, Harley, a dent in Harley and Heiko's championship charge, but they have got have had a good point scoring run, including I think a couple of class wins now, hasn't it been, this season in what is a highly competitive class. The whole championship is worked out on a point system that gives preference to you winning a class with more entries in it. So if you win a class where you're on your own, so basically all you've got to do is finish, you will not get the same amount of points for winning as somebody who wins a class with 20 cars in it. And it works on a sliding scale, and it's been like that for years. So you get half points in various places. So quite often you'll look at the point standings, and we'll leave this to our Nürburgring Nordschleife commentary experts, Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer, who'll be on duty next time around. But you do look at the point scoring tables and go, sorry, how did you get 0.25 or 0.75 or whatever it is? A couple of Caymans having a battle on the Grand Prix circuit, and wide outside tyres on the dirt, and a spin there for the Porsche 718 in 4th position in the Cup 3 Pro-Am. That's the 955 blue and black car, battling with, I think, the 944, and that was a battle for 3rd and 4th in the overall positions in Cup 3. Irma and... That's Rudiger. Schicht in the car, yeah. Schicht in the car. No, it was the 950 coming through, with Schmickler coming through in the Schmickler performance car in the green and red car. So that is a new 4th place there. Rudiger Schicht then. Got some experience around here, just... yeah, another one of my teammates. Yeah. Lovely guy, Swiss guy. I think actually he was aware that the car was coming and he was trying to leave space. The dirt on that offline section of the entry to that corner just threw him wide. And again, the ground falls away there. You lose the front end. He just gently ran wide in his attempts to avoid contact with the other car. Yeah, and then when you've got on the dirt there, you've almost got to make the decision that once you've gone off, you're not going to recover it straight away. You've almost got to go further off to get back on and take the steering lock off and resist hitting power or brake. Yeah, and that was very muddy out there in his defence. Indeed, and the worst thing is if you do then just apply more lock, you're more likely to damage the sidewall of the tyre on that off-road section. Yeah. So it's about straightening it up and just driving it gently back on the track. Klaus Abbelen coming across the line. 2nd in his class, by the way. Driving solo today in what will be his last outing in GT3 competition, but he's told us that the Ferrari will be back for a more extensive season of competition next year with an all-star lineup. Well, he put an all-star lineup together when his team won with this car for the first time for Ferrari. Amazing to think that a manufacturer, Peter, that has competed for so long, and this circuit that has held races for so long, and particularly for GT cars, and Ferrari had never won this race. In fact, very few non-German manufacturers have won this race.
Yeah. I mean, iconic brands coming together, right? Nürburgring Nordschleife and Ferrari. Ferrari's obviously more associated with other forms of motorsport, but to come here and achieve what they have with such a great and passionate following as well, I kind of liken it to what happened yesterday with Max Verstappen coming. It's kind of two worlds colliding, and all of those Ferrari fans drawn into Nürburgring in the same way that Max's fans yesterday were fascinated. Some of the questions and comments we got and saw afterwards just really showed that there's this whole world of motorsport that exists outside of the areas that these brands or people are known for, and to see them come and enjoy it and be successful is very gratifying.
Very unusual to see a non-German brand win. Only times in the past that a brand with no German connection had won. I'm counting Ford as a partially German brand because they had such great connections here. The two Chrysler Viper wins, 2001 and 2002, but even that was a very German Zach Speed's team. And after that, it's Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, BMWs before that as well, and after. But then Ferrari in 2023, and I said he put an all-star team together, Klaus, as we're hitting half distance now. How about this? No Ferrari works drivers, but Earl Bamber, Nicky Katzberg, Felipe Fernandez-Leza and David Pittard. First ever victory Ferrari, and at that time a new distance record. Amazing. Turn 1, lap 1 problems. Aston Martin and the bright yellow Lamborghini coming together. The Aston would only get as far as the Caracciola carousel, where a slow puncture had to be retrieved from there. The number 175. Pretty clean start for the other two groups of cars. In the main group, it was absolutely the Falcon cars and Frank Stippler who got the best run. Alex Fontana was on pole position for Car Collection Motorsport, but dropped down. Early spin in the Cup 3 class. Little bit of a clip on the inside and then maybe a touch there that sent them around. And some incredibly instinctive overtaking, even between the Falcon teammates, where literally Tim Heinemann was on the gut of green when he was hitting the throttle pedal coming out of a slow zone.
So those slow-load systems used to be somewhat arbitrary in the sense that the flag was shown and you went when you thought it was appropriate, and if it was a little bit too early and that was radioed in by the marshal, you would be penalised. Now it's all GPS, so it's microseconds of advantage, if anything. So he really was on it there to get past after that exit of the slow zone.
Left rear tyre damage on what was the third place car at that point for Tim Heinemann, and his teammate has taken that car over rather earlier. But the opportunity actually now is that the top three are all in the pits for their standard stop, whereas of course that number 4 car with Ben Lechter behind the wheel has got another 5 or 6 laps to go. We did speculate at the time whether going off fighting that number 6 car might have had a impact on what happened, but Stippler, Sturm and Fontana all in the pit lane. They were the top 3. Frank Stippler, by dint of something that Peter was talking about early on, i.e. the Haupt Racing team's pit box being further down the pit lane, it's beyond the start-finish line. So Stippler was credited as leading that lap, despite the fact that Joel Sturm came into the pit lane some half a minute, I think, before him.
Interesting question now, John, is did Stippler stop at the same time as the Falcon car in the last pit stop, or has he done one lap less in that stint because his pit stop may now be shorter as a result?
No, they all came in at the same time.
Okay.
The three that are in now were all in at the same time last time around.
He's gone first though, look. Stippler's out first.
Well, maybe he did come in ahead. So waiting for the Sturm car to go. Vincent Kolb has taken over the number 6. Frank Stippler's work done in that car, but he may yet get a call to the Jutta Racing car because, you know, it's Frank Stippler.
He was around 17 seconds behind into the pits the last time I checked that, so he may have picked up a couple of seconds at the end of that lap, but he's certainly a long way ahead now of that Falcon 3 car.
So first and second on the road now. We believe that has reversed. That has reversed in that pit stop cycle. And minimum pit stop times, of course, means that you can't really short fill. So the question in my mind, and I can't believe I'm saying this with HRT, Hype Racing Team, did they send that Mustang too early? We didn't see them come into the pit lane. The other possibility there, Peter, is that the Falcon number 3 car had a problem on its in-lap.
Yep.
And the Mustang went through. But that, as we didn't see them coming in the pit lane because we were recapping the first half of the race, then perhaps we will have to... Thank you to Oliver again. Another puncture. The 3 car had a puncture this time and so lost time. Thank you very much.
Now that's interesting.
So there's the answer.
That's interesting.
Thank goodness for our German production team here at the Nürburgring.
So both Falcon Porsches having a similar puncture. I don't know if it was a left rear. We'd have to find out.
Are they using one curb that other people aren't? Are they slightly... Have they got their pressures wrong and the slight that
setup issue?
Yeah,
could be a lot of things, but I haven't seen any others. Any other GT3 Porsches have this issue.
But there aren't any other GT3 Porsches on Falcon tyres either.
That's true.
So they will be all set up slightly differently. And if you're thinking, what am I talking about? The top class here at the Nürburgring, and indeed in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, the ADAC race, is a race where the tyre companies compete against each other. And regularly we have 12 or 13 different tyre companies across the grid. And normally 3 or 4 of those are in GT3. There are some classes, Peter, that mandate the make of tyres, which is often actually why we get some cars that look obviously TCR running in a different class, because they've got to deal with a different manufacturer than the Solus tyre supplier for the class here. But I think it's good to see. It's something that isn't as prevalent nowadays.
Yeah, I agree. It throws different things into the mix. The tyre companies are often keen to use the Nordschleife as a development tool for their race tyres and indeed road tyres, as we know. And the absolute peak of that is a race like this, an endurance race, because the car, first of all, has to deal with full fuel straight out of the pits. So you're not in a sprint race situation with a third of a tank of fuel on board. You're absolutely up to the filler in terms of carrying the fuel. And then secondly, you've got to deal with a lot of laps, such that at the end of that stint, those tyres are very, very worn. So it's a real development challenge for a tyre company to succeed here. And then throwing into the mix all the different brands, all the different setups, all the different weight distributions, all the different weather we have and temperatures we have. It really is a great development platform.
So as you would probably expect, we've got Michelin, Goodyear, Falcon, but some other tyre manufacturers that you might not have heard so much about. Toyo, they've been here for a long time and they do a lot of great tyres for track days as well as street cars. More recently, GT tyres have entered cars, and actually they've got a car here this weekend, a BMW M4 GT4. And Fabi Volvend is in that car. Quite often they have an all-female crew there. GT spelled G-I-T-I, by the way, and they normally have in the Nürburgring 24 a full garage full of 5 or 6 different cars, some front-wheel drive, some rear-wheel drive, different size tyres, because they're trying to get as much data as possible, and they are soaking up and processing the data for that. Who else do we have in tyres down through the years in here? Goodyear, of course, we have here as well, and a number of others. I'm just looking at some of the teams, so we don't get it listed on the entry list. Now, it was left rear again for the Falcon number 3. It was the 4 last time, and it was probably just before he came onto the Dottinger Hör, because the car was already slowing down at that point. And again, our colleagues at TV production, thank you, Oliver, getting the replay for us there and telling us it was again the left rear. So something that the Falcon cars are doing, some part of the track or the Grand Prix circuit that they are using is not sitting well with that left rear, or the setup, or the starting temperatures. Now, hearing another stationary car at the top of the hill at the Vauxhall, Adana Forst. This one is the 940. Now, I seem to remember calling that car's number. Yeah, that's the Adrenaline Motorsports second in Cup 3, 19th overall. So that car is again a leading car. Toyota Supra into the pit lane. The GT4 cars built by WRT in their spanking new, almost Avengers Assemble style headquarters just opposite the airport at Liège.
So back to that Cup 3 at Adana Forst, John. I mean, that section of track, you know, close observers of the Nürburgring will know that the curb on the left there, just as you approach Adana Forst, has been raised in the last couple of seasons. Used to be after Fuchsruhe, you could cross that curb, and it's straightened up that kink to the extent that you could keep your speed through there before you heavily brake for the right at Adana Forst. A Cayman through there, Cup 3 car, which is the one that's stopped there, is absolutely on the edge there. It's a mid-engine car, very well balanced, but at that point of going over the top of the crest and then braking to try and get the speed off with the new curb in place, all of that just leads you into a slight oversteer situation. So not knowing what happened there, I can imagine that you know, that could have well have just been the issue.
Yeah. And under the trees there, you never know how much grip you're going to have.
Indeed.
Even in these drying and very dry conditions, the wind changes, and all of a sudden a little bit of collected water from the leaves of the tree can fall on the track, and it doesn't sound like much, but it changes the grip coefficient from the last time you were there 10.5 minutes ago.
And when you're on the limit, yeah, when you're on the limit, as we just saw with Frank.
That's Vincent Kolb now.
That's, yeah, indeed, the same car, but the Mustang.
Final chicane.
Power
Vincent Kolb absolutely giving it large. And what was the lap time there? Oh, that includes his pit stop at 11:19 out of the pits. They've got the bit between their teeth now into the second half, and Ford leads. Well, Scott Bartlett and all of the team at Ford Racing, who we work very, very closely with in all forms of motorsport, they'll be up in the USA at the moment on the East Coast. What is it? -5, so just after 8 o'clock in the morning. And they'll be getting vaguely excited.
I think we're going to see a chase here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Looking at the lap time of the 3 car, the Andlar-driven Falcon, took around 19 seconds out of the Mustang, obviously pit stop included on that 11-minute lap.
We were talking about Ford's commitment
to this form of racing. We know there's an Evo coming very nearly. They were, I reckon, maybe as little as 10 or 15 minutes on a drying track away from winning in the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Winning in the WEC, excuse me, last time out. The track just dried up a little bit too much for them. And they were out on the wrong tyres at the wrong time, but they had been very, very impressive at Kota last time out. They've just announced the Evo of the GT3 car that'll come in next year. And also a new Ford Mustang Cup Series, the first outside of the USA, and that is going to be in Australia, which is very exciting. And Cameron McLeod, who was racing this weekend in supercars in the first of the two major enduros, he was at the Bend and off second position in the Mustang supercar. He's coming to do a GT4 race. He's pairing up with Robert Neuecker, who's the runaway leader. In fact, he's the champion-elect now of Mustang Challenge in the IMSA series and the Ford Performance or Ford Racing ladder. And they're going to be doing their first GT4 races together and starting with the Michelin Pilot Challenge at Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the road circuit next weekend. So those of you who follow the Blue Oval and particularly the Galloping Pony of the Mustang, all good news at the moment. And right now, Frank Stippler has handed over to Vincent Kolb and they are leading the race.
I think the gap has come right down between the 6 and the 3 car. Just by eye, even if the timing chart doesn't yet show it.
Well, I can consult on the split times, can't I? So that's on another screen. We're a bit short of screens here, having only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, only 9. And I have got one computer, well, at least displays. Actually, we can call it 10 because Peter's got his phone over for the GPS Auger app as well, which you can, if you've got an Apple device and you search for GPS I or GPS Auger in German, you might need to download a little bit of software. But every car that has the GPS on, which should be every car, and so long as it's working, you can zoom in and zoom out, look at a particular part of the circuit, pick a particular car and follow its progress. Great piece of kit.
And indeed, you can see the yellow flags in the 60 zones, which is particularly helpful.
Do the teams use that? When,
yeah, indeed. And you can track your car or other cars or a whole class if you wish.
We normally have it up on an iPad or something similar. I forgot that particular piece of equipment, so Peter's come up trumps with his iPhone. Unfortunately, only available for Apple devices.
I would guess the gap is now down to about 7 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. They were absolutely matched last time around. Julian Andlau, by the way, who's chasing down Vincent Kolb, 2:14.883, 2:14.960 in the third sector. Around 4 seconds or so taken out of the lead of the Ford in the first 2 sectors. But now we're into the meat of the lap. Sector 4 is the longest sector, up over or towards 3 minutes. And they're coming out of the Caracciola carousel now and up towards Hoacht. Problem behind them on the circuit, but that won't slow them down. Vincent Kolb then through the right-hander, Hoacht, little kink. And effectively now on the second half of the Nürburgring, geographically as well, and quite a lot of Code 120s, double flags So Julian Andlau looking up the road. He's got a car between himself, a couple of cars between himself and the ladies. He's right up behind one of the Cup Class Porsches. That's the number 910. It's one of the Cup 2 cars. Still can't quite see the leader. He's just far enough ahead. But it's got to be down under 10 seconds, somewhere probably near it is 5 or 6 seconds now with the splits that I'm looking at. But that may have come down because the leader had to negotiate some traffic, which, of course, now Julian Andlau is having to do. Goes past the white Supra. I don't think that was the Ford disappearing up the hill around the corner, coming to the faster part of the...
We'll see it in a minute. Just going through the Beloff S's now.
Yeah.
If it is the Mustang, we'll see it in the distance.
Is that the white Mustang?
I think that's the Mustang.
I think it is.
Looking at the body language into that corner.
So I reckon that's about 4.5 seconds is all now. Coming through to the Kleiner Carousel, the Mustang already through past another bit of traffic, and counting in my head then that was 4.5 elephants. So that's about 4.5 seconds. Now, the Mustang did get a very good run onto the Dottinger Höhe, and Vincent Kolb having to pass another car. Oh, was he held up a little bit there? In fact, I may have been wrong. Here comes the Porsche. We'll get a bit of a draft from one of the lower class cars. The repaired Evo Huracan from turn 1, lap 1 with the suspension damage. The highlight, a yellow car, glowing in the afternoon sun. That's the number 786 is about to come back out. Meantime, the leaders come to complete lap number 15. Now, I reckon they'll do one more lap. They won't pit this time. Here comes Kolb. Actually, Kolb hasn't been in.
And there's the gap.
Yeah, it's not even a quarter of the front straight.
3 seconds on the timing. That's an enormous amount that Vincent's made up. Or been caught by.
Yeah, indeed. Julian Andlau. Through onto the Grand Prix circuit again. This is magnificent racing again. The second of the Falkland cars now back them into fourth, make that third position, 50 seconds back from the leader, so 46 from its teammate. Both of those Falkland cars hampered by left rear punctures, still looking absolutely a picture. They look like they've just rolled off the truck. That colour scheme is just lovely in the sunshine.
It's a classic, isn't it? All the years we've been going to race at Nürburgring, and that livery just stands out as part of the furniture there.
It's barely, in fact, I don't think it has ever changed. Nobody's thought, oh, we need to update this for the new century, or we need to update this for 2020. Now, if it's not broken, do not attempt to fix it. Leaders now, 10 car lengths apart. What was 3 seconds is far less than that.
A little bit of traffic coming up on the very twisty part of Hatzenbach. This is going to delay the Mustang.
Leader always has a slight disadvantage because she reached the traffic first. And it's a Cup car and a lesser category car. Looks like one of the front-wheel drive touring cars it was. Dealt with really nicely by both the leaders as they went round the outside at the end of the Hatzenbach. Now over the bridge and heading towards the Flugplatz. Yellow flags ahead. This is where the barrier work is going on the right-hand side. Those trucks have been there for a little while. And now we've got the Lamborghini, which has just come out of the pits on cold tyres as well. And that needs to be told. That's a GT3 car, but it's on cold tyres, just out of the pits.
and effectively testing that suspension repair as well. And this will be a difficult pass for the Mustang. Makes it through into Schwedenkreuz at the top of the hill, followed through by Andlauer, who goes to the outside at the top of the foxhole. Will try to cut back on the inside. Surely not a pass in the foxhole. It's not a passing place, Peter.
It shouldn't be. I wouldn't put anything past these guys right now. I think the frustration of the puncture has led him to be, fully on it. Down here, we've got some speeding, delays.
Debris flags or some kind of contamination flags. Debris on the track.
Double yellow, so speed restriction, 120 kilometres.
Well, that's not 120.
Now into 60.
They've come down to 60.
There's always a double yellow before a 60.
I like that.
Drive durations of 60. It would be extraordinary.
In fairness, in the continent of Europe, and we don't see it in some places, certainly not when we're in the UK at home, you'll often go from a 70-mile-an-hour limit straight down to a 30. In Europe, that would come down in stages, and that's exactly what happens here, effectively.
Absolutely right.
You don't go directly into a code 60.
That's it.
Oh, it's the sunshine on the reflective parts of those rear lights that makes it seem like they're strobing. I've just realised.
So there we go, past the green and back up to speed.
That was quite nice, actually, by Vincent Kolb there, because he just lifted off for a second and then put his foot down so that Andlau didn't have a run on him.
Yeah, didn't leave enough of a gap, did he?
No. Now, down the hill to another hairpin right-hander. Klaus Abbelen back in the pits from the lead of SP9. Is this a standard stop? I'm not sure. They've done tyres, they've done fuel. Inside the top 10 again, making just a second pit stop. My goodness, you can almost go at the end from here in that car. They have, that is 2.8. That Ferrari is the only car that's doing 8 lap stints. Now, it's not at the outright pace of everybody else. An 8.20, the fastest lap of that car against, 7.57s in 8 minutes. But even at an 8.20, that's not exactly hanging about, Peter.
No, I suspect the 8.20 is what's enabling him to do it, though. He's driving to a pace, as I think you mentioned, so I think that's how he's being able to do this.
This is his last GT3 race, as we've mentioned a couple of times before. Now, this time he did take the food on offer. Not sure if it was the same sponge cake. Or is it some meat treat, as that is his company?
Either way, a full-face helmet is not the approved headgear to be able to try and get that into your mouth.
Indeed so. I think it is actually some of his meat product. Fricadelle, meatballs and small sausages and such like. Being asked if he's all right, thumbs up. Leave me in, coach, leave me in. I'm a contender. You know what? This is great because and I'm not trying to upset anybody here, but for those of you who are here yesterday for Max Verstappen, in Nürburgring terms, Klaus Abbelen is Max Verstappen. He's been around that amount of time. He's put that much in to the sport over probably getting on for 3 decades now, maybe even a little more. And to make the first win for Ferrari for his team, he wasn't driving, but he is an absolute superstar here. And the news that he is not stepping away with the team is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. There's so much he can bring to the place, to the team still, and also to bring up other drivers through this route.
Local sponsor from the beer company as well, through, and the Fricadelle company, which is his company. And we'll be talking about him racing some of his classic cars as well towards the end of the year. So that might be the start of his last stint with just an hour and a half to go.
So 3 car ahead of the 6 on GPS.
So Andlauer, we think, has made the pass.
We didn't see it, but certainly the GPS, they're still absolutely together as they come through Brünchen and up to the ice curve left-hander. Hopefully we'll pick them up again.
That's right in the middle of the forest. Even difficult to get the onboard signals out of there. At RSL_studio, comments, points arising, questions, happy to help if we can. So, Julian Andlauer through the middle part of the lap. Has the Mustang behind. Peter Kate called it perfectly. And that was courtesy of Sector 3. He pulled another couple of seconds and the pass must have been made there. Because we know he was sitting right at the tailpipes of Vincent Kolb.
The question now is how hard do they push in that car, given the concerns on tyre?
Have they made an adjustment to the tyre pressures when the tyres went on? They might have even had time to make a slight setup change. Maybe change the camber at the back or the toe-in. Toe-in's a bit more complicated, but certainly could have done a damper click change.
Yep, possibly even a different compound of tyre.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, very good point. So much that can be worked on. So that now is about a 4-second lead for Porsche over Ford Mustang. But this is by no means over, Ford fans. And a second here would still be a great result for a GT3 program that is still in its infancy and on a circuit like no other. So it looks like it was coming out of Bergwerk and heading up the hill. Yeah, it was. No, into Bergwerk, excuse me.
On the brakes.
Through Lauda and into Bergwerk on the right-hand side. I was guessing that by where the sun was. On board, struggling a little bit out in the forest. Well, opportunist move then. Over the bridge at Adna, up the hill on the other side, through the Niki Lauda corner, and Andlau down the inside, got position, coming over that little brow, and with the car in that, you normally do turn in quite late to Bergwerk. Basically, he pressed the situation there and made Vincent Kolb make a decision. Are you going to turn in or you're not?
That's it, and held the car just on the apex to make sure that there was no cutback from the Mustang. It's a critical corner, Bergwerk. It's very, very steep uphill exit, and then you're on full gas for a couple of kilometres, all the way up to the mud curve, basically. So really, really important exit, and if you can delay your opponent just there, big advantage.
Well, Haupt Racing team and the Ford Mustang number 6. Just a singleton entry here. There is an awful lot of GT racing around the world. Some of the Porsche teams, including Falken, actually, have had to shuffle their driver rosters this weekend with the European Le Mans Series happening right now at Silverstone in the UK. A little bit overcast there, I'm hearing from Paul Truswell, one of our analysts for, the analyst for Le Mans. Also working in the 24H Series paddock as a race strategist for redcamel.nl, redcameljog.nl, the Breukers family team. So Paul on the PA there. Very cold overnight in the centre of England, apparently, but bright skies this morning, but clouding over at Silverstone. Splash of rain before the end. We think we're going to be all right here at the Nürburgring in terms of the weather. The down in the Frickadelli racing team with our German colleagues just marking the historic outing. Final outing for Klaus Abbelen. We'll keep an eye on what's going on the circuit. Andlauer beginning to stretch away. He's just done the fastest Sector 2 of anybody, and that was exactly 2 seconds quicker than the car that's chasing him. And his teammate Ben Luchter pretty much matching the Ford, but not any quicker. So that gap is staying at 47, 48 seconds between second and third. The gap at the front of the field going out now 6 seconds, Peter.
Yeah, I think that gap for the 4-car to close is a tall order unless something unusual happens in terms of pit stop sequencing. Obviously, those punctures that they've experienced is going to throw their pit sequencing, as we already mentioned, and we'll really not find out the impact of that until we get very close to the end, in case some of them have to stop additionally to pick up a little bit of fuel.
We haven't done the class rundowns for a little while, so let's do that very quickly. Julian Andra leads overall for Falken, and that's SP9 Pro. It's Milner Motorsport in Cup 2, yet to make their next stop, but they're up in 4th position, the 921. In SP9 Pro, just go back out the pits, Pro Arms, excuse me. Oh, I think it's Vulcan Horse Racing in the number 34. That'll have swapped back to the Aston Martin. Yeah. Klaus Abbelen has just gone back out in the SP9 AM, and I think he's second. It's going to be the Black Falcon number 48 Porsche that's leading that class at the moment. It is the 718 Manthey Cayman in AT2 that leads their class in 13th. In 15th, Avia WNS Motorsport 718 Cayman in SP10 Pro, the 165 car. 17th overall for the Cup 3 Pro leader, the WNS Motorsport 718 Cayman number 962. Fabrizio Fabi Volvent in the GT Tyre Motorsport BMW M4 leads SP8T. Actually, she's just come into the pits, so might lose that lead to the FK Performance Motorsport M4. M4's first, second and third in the SP8T category in 23rd, 24th and 25th position. 83 is Max Kreuzer Racing with Juli Preissig behind the wheel of that car. And number 10, Audi RS3. TCR's another Audi RS3. Goroyan RT by Sharkey. That's the TCR class, the 777 car that did so well yesterday. And outside of the top 40, next one, 38th, BMW 240i class, Adrenaline Motorsport in that Racing Cup 240i. Last year's champion, trying to rebound from the disappointment of yesterday when the car failed on the hats and back late on in the race. BMW M2 Club Sport class. That is the number 899 car, privately entered. And behind them, V6, 55th position, Adrenaline Motorsports Porsche, number 396, one place further back, another Audi S3, VT2, and 4-wheel drive, that's the 480, the Dupre car, the red car. Sorry, intake of breath in turn 1 as two cars come rather close together, and one of those is the 777 that's leading its class that we've just mentioned. The Armenian helicopter Sharkey Racing GRT car. Where did I get down to? SP3T. Oh no, sorry, almost missed, and I don't want to do this. Sub-7 BTG is the driver. The number 501, Adrenaline Motorsport 330i in that class. Then another one of the Goroyan RT by Sharkies, the RS3 TCR, SP3T321 in 63rd position. Adrenaline Motorsports Porsche Cayman in V5 is the 444 in 70th position. That's the lead there. 325 I-Class, the number 107 in 73rd position. Their lead. And now into the 80s. The Kievan Sports 335 in VT3, the 460 in 86th position is one place ahead of the 318 Ti Evo 2. In the SP3 lead, the 277 team car. BMW 318 I-Class, the V3 class, 529 leads that one. And I'm just looking through, and that is your lot. Those are your class leaders then. An hour and 23 remaining. Julian Andla leading by an increasing margin at the front of the field. Still hasn't come through sector 4 whilst I was doing that rundown. It is 3 minutes and a little bit longer. I'll give you another run. I reckon it was up over 6 minutes the last time that we looked at it. Here comes the Dupre car to cross the line, leading its class, the front and all-wheel drive category. As we've just mentioned, another 2 seconds to the leader in that long 3.5 minute sector 4. Look at that Dupre Engineering and Motorsport car. bog stock, bar the stickers, bar the decals. Slightly different wheels on the front and the back. Still has the road car paddle shift gearbox. It is straight as a die. Every single panel gap is immaculate, and the inside still has the door trims, still has the standard dash the road car has, because it is simply a road car with a bit of a cage in. They've done nothing at all to the engine on that car. Right, Peter, you're looking perplexed. What's the matter?
I'm just looking at the gap, John, that the number 4 Falcon Porsche to the Mustang. It seems to have come down appreciably. We just need to wait for them to cross the line for the timing screens to reflect.
Yeah, a long middle section for Vincent Colbert, 231, and against the 225 for Andlauer, but a 209 for Leuchter. So there was a problem, or a slow zone perhaps, that was removed by the time that Leuchter got there. Because I'm not suggesting at all that Andlauer was 20 seconds off his teammate, 15 seconds off his teammate's time. So I presume there was a slow section there that was removed. You live by them, you lose by them, you win by them.
We'll sometimes. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye, because that's 10 seconds that the number 4 car's picked up on the Mustang in that last lap.
And it's also taken time out the leader, because it's now only 39 seconds away from the leader.
Indeed.
So that is a big game. That was, as I said, that was all in Sector 3, where it was 225 and 231 for the leading cars, and 209 for the car in third position. So I can only suggest then that unless those two had a problem, that it was one of those. Again, we keep talking about these special things here at the Nürburgring. That's one of them. The cars ahead have to slow down to a code 60, and as they get through it, it's cleared. The car's pushed to the side of the circuit. The safety vehicle pulls away, and so the guy who's, as it was, 50 seconds behind the leader, all of a sudden catches up quite a lot.
Yeah. And it doesn't take much. It can just be a couple of 100 metres of double-waved yellows, and that's your 10 seconds.
Now, being told, and thank you to, brilliantly, Abfall Gefreiter. That's a great handle as well. The number 3 car, a moment off the track at the miss where Estra hit the Aston Martin in 24 hours. It's what's coming back from our eyes and ears around the track at RSL_studio. Thank you for that.
That's a challenging corner even when there's no other traffic. I'm not sure if another car was involved, but there's really one line through there. And since the topic was brought up, Kevin and the Aston Martin, the 24 hours, the Aston really had nowhere to go. There is one line. That's why it's called miss, hit, miss. If you don't hit the middle apex, you're going to run wide on the exit. And there's a wall right there. So, yeah, interesting to see if we can get a replay of that. But I can imagine another car being involved.
It's Peter Kate. 277. It's one of the BMW stubbies, the TI. Now, I have to say, down through the years, they've grown on me.
Yeah.
I think that is a far cleverer car than I gave it credit for when it first came out. It was a bit of a, as we'd say in the UK, a bit of a Marmite car. It was a love or hate car. And as it has mellowed, and BMW's design language has changed appreciably since then, although interestingly, of course, with the reintroduction of what they're calling another round of Neue Klasse and the smaller grille and the smaller kidney, perhaps we've come full circle. But the little stubby 318 Ti, I think I've mellowed into that car.
Indeed, and as you know, there are some very successful 318 Ti championships around, which are a great breeding ground for endurance racers. You know, running races and some pretty interesting tracks, including Nürburgring Grand Prix and various others. and cutting their teeth on sharing cars with other drivers. I'm a huge fan of endurance racing, as you know, but also for bringing up young drivers, because unlike sprint racing, first of all, you're in the car for longer, but secondly, you're sharing a car with somebody else, and you can discuss setup and you can talk about strategy and things that when you're doing sprint racing, really you're left to your own devices. So as a learning platform, huge recommendation is to get into endurance racing, even if it's hour-long racing where you're sharing the car.
That's the V5 Adrenaline Motorsport came in the 444, leading its class in the red, white and black colours. The other thing about endurance racing, if you're in the UK, there's a very strict licence progression. A bit like being in Gran Turismo, actually. You can't drive the best cars until you've done a variety of racing. So first of all, you've got to go and do what's called your ARDS test. You've got to prove that you know what you're doing, know what flag signals. Then you go and do races with the lowest of the national championship, and you need to get signatures on your license from race control and the race director to tell you that you've completed the race to their satisfaction. And as you go through, you can upgrade your license, and eventually if you do the right races or over a period of time, and it depends how many races you do and what championship you do, you can apply for an FIA license. Now you can do that by upgrading a national A to what's called an international D, or you can go and do an international race and get an international so there's some international races that run on national permits as well, so you can upgrade that way. However, the point about endurance racing is, if you are in the car more than an hour and you're doing this for your UK driver's license, race driver's license, you can get 2 signatures in one race. So that is another good reason to go endurance racing. It also means you can plot and scheme behind somebody for 15 minutes to work out where you're going to overtake them, rather than have to do it on the next corner because you know you've only got a 20-minute race.
Absolutely.
And actually, I think it develops racecraft better than sprint racing does. And people go, no, don't be silly, racecraft, you've got to get it done straight away. Now, that's not racecraft, that's just slinging it down the inside. Wham, bam, thanks very much. And there goes your wing mirror. Don't get me wrong, I love sprint racing as well, but I think you use your brain more and you develop these driving skills more when planning to pass someone in an endurance race.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren, du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle, eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt, denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Liebe Fans, besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
An hour and 11 minutes on the nose to go, and we are seeing the hangover from the right rear puncture on the number 4. They had to change their pit strategy. An 8-lap stint for Ben Luchter that time around. He's in the pits now with an hour and 10 minutes to go, and that is outside chance of making it to the end of the race. Certainly, there's no margin for error. Peter Cates, who's alongside me, John Hindhoff. Good afternoon to you all. No margin of error if the leader goes across the line with only a couple of seconds to go.
Yeah, speaking as one who's pushed a car across the line when that was still allowed, as we ran out of fuel, it's not something you want to mess with. But if these slow zones persist, maybe they can stretch this out. But like you say, I think it's a lap too long.
Lap times at the moment are low 8 minutes. So 8 laps is 64 minutes. We've got 70 minutes to go.
Yeah.
All right, you can add a little bit more on.
But only another minute or two.
But only another minute. So you're not there. And what that doesn't do is give you any margin for error. You'd have to hope that your teammate car then, the number 3 car, would actually make sure you didn't have to do the extra lap at the end. You'd have to ask him to slow down.
Yep.
Now, he's got 26 seconds on Vincent Kolb. We're hearing, by the way, again from our German colleagues, and thank you to them for passing information to our German producers, as we don't have an English language reporter in the pit lane for these events. And thank you to Oliver for passing on, as well as Michael and all the rest of Nürburgring TV, with whom we've been working for many years now. Thoroughly enjoyable experience it is as well. That Vincent Kolb will stay in the Mustang to get more track time in the Mustang. Now, again, no criticism, but he's not as quick as Frank Stippler. Did Stippler get into the 8? No, he hasn't. It's Vermenko, who's back in the Jutta Racing Audi. I wonder if Stippler will do the last stint in that if he's not needed for Ford. So Haupt in second at the moment. The gap is, well, it's gone out now. It was 30 seconds when Luchter came into the pit lane. But even that third position overall, well, that's going to be in jeopardy. Depending on where Müllner stop again for the Cup 2 Pro. No, take that back, because they haven't done their third stop yet. But they will get to the end with their third stop from here. Shout out for the Lush Motorsport 48 car, number 948. Fastest lap of that car's race last time around. A highly impressive for a Cup car. 8 minutes and 11.5 seconds. Lots of green in the top. Tells me that we've had a couple of clean laps, Peter, and also the track is unencumbered by traffic for those drivers, and also with flags and no little damp patches.
Yep, no slow zones as I can see. Things are clear, and traffic starts to space out a little bit at this stage, as the cars tend to sort of find the space on the track towards the end of the race. You know, we've got cars running here with straight after a pit stop, still with full fuel, new tyres. It tends to balance out. If the team's done a good job, as the tyre wear increases through the stint, the fuel load comes down and balances that. So what you're really looking for is a consistent lap time over the stint, obviously excluding things like traffic and slow zones. But that is an impressive Cup 2 lap for sure, to be only a couple of seconds, 10 seconds away, 13 seconds away from the fastest GT3 lap.
Yeah.
GT3 SP9.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very impressed
by that. It was, as I say, it was the 948 that did it. Is that Tobias Müller, do we think, behind the wheel of that?
I guess it is.
Yeah. Well, he knows his way around.
So slightly less of a surprise.
Yeah, but it's, I mean,
still impressive.
It's still a cup car. You know, that is a car, as I said the other day when we were talking about this, originally designed to do 45, 50-minute races. There is an endurance kit that goes on it that puts things like the air jacks, slightly bigger fuel tank,
suspension,
different suspension, different headlights as well, because you use your headlights in the dark here. So at the moment, however, and apologies to Tom Moore, Scott Bartlett, Brendan, David, everybody at Ford Racing, this would be the best finish by a Ford Mustang. 12th, 8th, 11th, 6th, and sadly a non-finish, or should I say a non-classified finish yesterday, because they did get that car back out after the clutch problem, but I don't think it did quite enough of the race to get classified. Today we have seen the power of the pony. We have seen the potential of that Ford Mustang. Yesterday with Frank Stippler at the wheel, it was the only car in that first stint who could get anywhere near the pace of the Falken Motorsports Porsches with their factory drivers as well. Today, not only did it do that, it has led the race here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife in NLS8. Mark that one down if you're a Blue Oval fan. And that question that we had earlier on about the intentions and the intensity of the Ford GT3 programme, there will be people at Ford headquarters at Dearborn at the moment who are tuned in, and at Ford Racing in their various establishments around the world and around Europe, who will be typing to me now on RSL_studio to say you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, they definitely put a marker down with this,
haven't they? Haven't they just?
Clearly, and in all sorts of conditions over this weekend as well, you know.
That's a very good point. Yeah, so not a one-trick pony then. So I did that.
Nice one. I'll set you up there, didn't I?
I'll get it. I'll get me cut. I'm not sure who's writing the press releases this weekend. Probably Tom Moore for Ford Racing. We'll give you that one. Mustang proves it's not a one-trick pony at Wet, Dry, Wet Nürburgring. Now, hearing that's the second place car in Cup 2. That's the Tobias Müller car. Unsafe release in the pit lane. This is the Achtelphysik Losch Motorsport number 948. Will have to go through that little penalty lap, so that 38-second lap is going to be added, 38-second gap between themselves and the Müller Motorsport 921 is going to be added to.
And what a time for that to happen. A lot of fastest laps now being set as well. The track's super quick.
But you got to get it done straight away though, Peter.
Indeed, indeed, absolutely.
Next time by. They are currently in Sector 4 and 5. Sector 5 for the leader, Sector 4 for Tobias Müller. Andlau, by the way, continuing just to open up. Actually, do you know what? Not a full second taken back by Vincent Colby, the Mustang, on the Grand Prix circuit, and it's only a short minute sector that. Next year, dates are out. Those of you who were asking, 14th of March for NLS 1. It's very early. I have a bit of fog. 28th of March for NLS 2. 11th of April for NLS 3. The 24-hour qualifiers on the 18th of April and the 19th of April, Saturday, Sunday. Then a bit of a gap because we've got the Nürburgring 24 hours and Le Mans and everything. So the 20th of June for 6, 7 on the 1st of August, 8 on the 12th of September. And again, a double header weekend for 8 and 9 this time, with the 13th, the Sunday, being 9. And rounding off
on the 10th of October 2026. Those dates are locked in. 9:48 has just done its penalty lap for Tobias Müller. So lock those dates in now as we come down to an hour to go. And remember, what you've had in coverage this weekend, you get for all of those. It might not always be Peter and I on the comms, but our Radio Show Limited team, the RSL team, will be covering this with our colleagues at Nürburgring TV on behalf of the Nürburgring langstrecken-serie VLN. And
got the lead Cup 2 car now in the pit. That should be its last stop.
Correct. Yeah.
921 car.
I suspect you might hear Peter's voice more than a couple of times next year if he's not racing in the early races. He's putting a deal together to get to his 24th 24-hour. I don't think I'm giving any secrets away by saying that, am I?
No.
The fishing lines are out, are they?
Determined to be there. A lot of very good discussions going on. Got to be in the right team, though.
Yeah. The Nakajima Toyota, which we saw, I think, with a little bit of damage on the right front earlier on, is behind the wall somewhere on the circuit, behind one of the access gates. Now, here is Tobias Müller trying to make back that time that he lost in the penalty loop after his unsafe release. So he's dropped way down. I think he must have done a pit stop, actually. But he's only showing us 2 pit stops. Surely he can't be going to the end on just 2 pit stops. Let me have a look at that car. That is the number 948. Those Cup 2 cars are just great value. 948. No, I reckon he got into that car 2 or 3 laps ago. So that car,
I think car did stop earlier than the other car.
I think that should be 3 times down the pit lane for the Müller car. I think they've done their last pit stop. So we'll see how. We'll work out when they come round next time. Leader, 4th place car, Ben Leichter, just coming through past a couple of battling BMWs. Oh, got the front cover, the luggage cover on the Porsche Cup car number 901, flapping in the wind there. That's the SRS team Sorg Rennsport machine that is 3rd in the class. And I've seen those fold up completely there. They do get quite a bit of air through there, and there's 2 air outlets that is ducting air over the front of the car. And if that gets air underneath the front, that can bend up just above the 2 nostrils and fold the whole thing up, which is not good. Hello to Tom Royce. He was watching before his football team were playing back in the UK. Premiership back in action after the international break this weekend. He says, I watched before the match. Your hospitality and talents are appreciated. Thank you for the kind words. It's been lovely having some new people in. And I thank you also to our regulars, of which there are many thousands, of course. I hope we've trodden the right line in terms of trying to explain some of the nuances and finer points and differences between what we have here at the Nürburgring and any other form of endurance racing, never mind any other form of racing for some of the fans who've come over from Formula 1 for this weekend. So to our established fans, thank you for your patience with hearing us talking about things that, of course, you almost certainly already know. And thank you for making our new guests in endurance racing welcome. I do like to tell everybody endurance racing and sports car fans are a friendly bunch, and you've really proved that this weekend. Done the sport proud, I think. Particularly when it is, and I've seen lots of you answering questions as well when we haven't been able to from the Global Broadcast Centre. So again, thanks for pitching in and help, particularly the RSL Collective. For someone who's perhaps only followed Formula One, to come into multi-class racing, and particularly this form of multi-class racing, I can't imagine how many questions and how many, what the actual moments have gone on from some of our viewers and listeners, new viewers and listeners this weekend. So thank you for helping out, and to our crew and the collective and all of you out there.
Just an observation, John, just looking at the timing sheet, the car we haven't really mentioned yet, running in 14th overall, the AT2, AT as in AT letters, 2 class, Porsche 718 Cayman, lapping incredibly quickly. That's the Manta alternative fuel car.
Yeah. Now that was Ben Leuchter going by Alex Fontana. So let me just work this out. They're on the same part of the track. Yes. So that was a pass for position there in the top 10. As Alex Fontana is now third in SP9 Pro-Am, but has made his last top as the 160 Toyota back out on the track and trying to get it back home. We saw it behind a gate earlier on. This is one of the Super GT4s. And I think he's a long way from home at the moment. So just going back to that pass we saw a moment or two ago, that would have been for 7th or 8th position. There's some cars out of Sport Jutta Racing, and Alexei Veremenko has just done that car's fastest lap of the race, 8:08. So things are speeding up a little bit. But what I'm interested to see then is, I think that Jutta and Valkenhorst still have a pit stop to us in 6th and 7th position. For they do. Veremenko is 6 laps into his stint, so he should be coming in soon. So I was slightly worried for a moment there, because it looked like something had gone awry with the car collection Alex Fontana car, which was on pole position overall and was comfortably leading SP9 Pro-Am. However, they've made their last pit stops while the 2 cars ahead have not in class. And being as they are, do you know what? They're only 3 minutes behind, so that is going to be a lot closer when we see them again. Class battle between the BMWs, 500 and 504. Lots of BMW racing in this. Just heading into a slow zone on the Dodiger. The number 500. Now, were they on the same lap is the next question that I have to find out. 500 and 504. That is the 500s are the VT2 rear-wheel drive cars, I think. Yep. So that was pass for the lead in that class. There you go. That's the Rauer and Stahlschmidt SRS T Rennsport and Adrenaline Motorsport, 2 BMW 330s, 57th and 58th. So here now is the last stop for the number 48. So that car now will drop down out of the top positions as it makes its last stop. That was the leader in Cup 2 Pro. So now we've got to watch out for the 921, one of the white, blue and black Milner Motorsport cars, because that car has made its last pit stop the lap before. So that car's making its way around back to the start-finish straight now. So all these stops that we're seeing now, SP8T car, the 163 in the satin finish, One of the BMWs. It's one of the GT4s. But turbocharged now, of course. Hello to Jesse Young in Australia. What a weekend of sports car endurance. Can we have a shout out for Takuma Miyazono, excuse me. Didn't get much running today, but nice to have a veteran Gran Turismo esports champs in the ELS. Well, we have had the man from Gran Turismo, the man who designed the game, has raced here. And apparently, Miyazono-san staying around in Germany. He's off to Berlin for the Gran Turismo World Series eSport live event next Saturday. 5 titles in that, including 2 Nations Cup champions and 2 manufacturers titles. Steam from the left front of the grille of that 160 Supra. Thank you, Alan Prosser. And pit stops, as we predicted, Peter, for the 2 what are first and second at the moment in SP9 Pro-Am. So now it's up to Alex Fontana to close that gap. He has made his last pit stop for car collection. And this is when that stagger that we were talking about unwinds, isn't it? It looks like, you know, you look at the time gap, 4.5, 5 minutes down, but somebody owes you a pit stop.
That's right, that's right. And if your scheduling earlier in the race was unplanned, whether it's a puncture or anything else, you know, this is where you discover that. These pit stops now that are occurring, of course, the cars will be able to run to the end. But a few of those that we saw stopping a little bit over the hour, particularly in the GT3, SP9, those guys may well have to stop again.
The pace of the race, Peter, we were speculating about this, and the pace of the race has been such that we have got in now to the last 50 minutes, and I reckon both Andlauer and Kolb will come in from the lead of the race next time around, but that will be their last pit stop. Now you might think, dear viewer and listener, hang on, you told us, didn't you, that third place car, in fact here is the leader coming into the pit lane, and there is Kolb coming in behind him. So Ben Leuchter has made his last pit stop. He's going to catch these guys up. He's only 3.5. Yeah, it's going to look like that, and he might actually be pretty close to them, but he's already done, I think, too many laps to get to the end.
Yeah, he's just approaching his after Klostertal, just going round Starsstrecker up to the carousel. It's going to take him more than 3 minutes for sure to get back.
And I still think he might have to splash. It's going to be close. We said it was going to be close, but I think he might be 1 lap the wrong way. No hurry in the pit lane. New fastest lap in the 991 car for RPM Racing. Philip Hamprecht, who is leading in SP7, an 8:26.8 in the last gen of 991 of cup cars, a 991 cup car. That's not hanging about either. That's pretty impressive. I always like the shape of the 991. 991.2 GT3 Touring. Possibly peak Porsche for me. Anybody who wants to donate one to the cause, left or right hand drive, so long as it's got the 6-speed manual. So now these are testing times for the Falcon team. They're all done. They're waiting for the stopwatch, and it's a bit like sitting at your favourite restaurant and having a look at the menu and making a decision, and then you pick the menu up again. And do you change your mind? Well, no, we've pressured the tyres. Don't be looking at the tyres again. Don't be worrying. Did I shut that door properly? I'll open it and shut it again. No, leave it alone. Just wait for the stopwatch. Don't be second guessing yourself now. So the pit stop time comes to an end, and the car is fired. Hello to D-Ball 13. Porsche pulls out, flat 6 rumbling away. Doing some strength analysis for a college project. Thank you for the amazing coverage in your company. I'm fighting with Excel at the moment. We've all done that.
We've all done that.
That's what it's for, isn't it?
It's another pass for position in the VT class. And the orange and black car yesterday didn't have it all its own way. So that is erstwhile leader out, and I don't think Ben Leuchter has come through.
No, he hasn't, and the Mustang has gone out just behind the three car being still in the hands of Andlauer.
How is the Mustang... Right, the Mustang must have closed right up.
Unless the pit timing, based on the number of laps, just gave the advantage to the Mustang.
They've both done 7.
Yeah.
Let's see. And look at... I'll quickly say it, they're splits. 107.0, 107.2, 103.5, 104.0, 156.0, 157.8, 303.6, 303.8, 240.5, 240.6. I mean, absolutely nothing in it on that last lap. So let's keep an eye on Vincent Kolb and see how close he actually is. He's on the Grand Prix circuit. Different parts of the pit lane. At pit out, now, was that a pit out or was that the finish line? 3.5 seconds.
It looks about that on the GPS. Maybe a tad longer.
I'll wait for them to come through sector 2 and do a bit of mental calculation. Kolb, 3-second deficit, 3.8 second deficit in the first sector, but that depends where that timing started. So out onto the hats and back for those two cars. Final pit for the Black Falcon number 48 car, SP9 AM leader, and easily winning that at the moment, leading that at the moment. Klaus Abbelen is in second place, and he's over 4 minutes down. .44 minutes to go, not there. GT4 Cayman against 911 Cup car. End of the lap. 2 Porsches into 1 right-hander. Probably not a good idea. Let's get to the end when you've got this close. At RSL_studio for your thoughts about this race today, what you've seen, how you've enjoyed it. Are you going to be joining Johnny and Bruce for the Saturday race on the 27th of September? Now, it's going to be a lot closer than the timing screen says for the 2nd to 3rd gap. But I suspect it's going to be somewhere around a minute. Possibly even under that between Ben Leuchter and the Haupt Racing Mustang. Slight tyre advantage for Vincent Kolb, and of course we think that Ben's either on a massive fuel save, and it has to be massive here. You have to start right from the moment you go out, or he's going to have to splash at the end. Alan Prosser doing his absolute top quality work on the screen grabs and the replays. Thank you. More fastest laps to keep for Tess. 3rd place. Oh, and Abelen's gone off. That's, I think, at the... Is that at the bottom of the hill that leads up to the Caracciolo carousel? If that should be the hill climb on the left. Yes, it is. Ah, Klaus. Engine still running.
Can he turn that round?
He needs to find reverse. Not an easy thing to do, actually, on a paddle shift car. Different manufacturers have different ways of doing it, and that's what he's struggling with at the moment. Which button do I press? Where's the interlock? Come on, Klaus. Might not be able to get on the radio here. Yeah. Has he got it? He has got it, but that's first. He needs reverse. And he can't find reverse, or it's not going into reverse. About this time, he's wishing he had a good old stick shift and he could just fling it across to the right and click it across the gate. Oh, Klaus, this is not how I want this to end for Klaus Abbelen. If he can get a push back, and I think there's some marshals there now, he's certainly got a gear and he'll be able to move it forward. That is such a shame. And clearly they can't get him on the phone, on the radio. SP9 arm, that is. Where is he? Is he in danger of losing thirds? They keep Vitesca. Possibly. No, he won't lose third. He might lose second. He wasn't going to challenge the Ben Bunagel Black Falcon team car.
He's trying the paddles. He's trying to put it through neutral into reverse. It just doesn't seem to want to take it.
There's obviously a sequence to do it because he keeps pressing buttons on the front of the steering wheel. He's got it. He's got it.
There we go.
Never have I been so happy to see a Ferrari go backwards. It's fine. I don't need a push now, he's just said. Thank you. Very good. Door closed. First gear. Let the clutch bite.
There's something not quite right here, is there? As he engages drive, it just cuts it.
He's got room to get out. That's the good news. I don't think he's done much damage either, Peter, to be honest. I think he's just gone in there fairly softly. But you're right. Every time he tries to put it into a forward gear.
Here's the replay.
So he's coming up to the right-hander at the bottom of the hill to go up to Caraccioli Carousel. Just misses his braking point, I think, Peter. Oh, that's the slightest of touch. He's not damaged that car. He might have slightly deranged the bodywork.
Yeah.
How annoying to have lost all that time for that. Just couldn't get it slowed down.
I'm wondering if he couldn't downshift.
Ah.
Because he can't seem to get the gear to take now.
He probably doesn't, well... Dare he do a Control-Alt-Delete?
Yeah.
Then you worry it won't restart.
Yeah. But if he didn't have engine braking and he was expecting it, it would have potentially run him wide.
That's brilliant. That's why we have you, Peter. You've earned your coffee and biscotti at the end of the race.
That's why I'm here.
Right. 39 minutes to go. And the leaders then... Julian Andlauer coming through to the end of the lap. He's taken a little bit of time again out of Vincent Cole, but nowhere near what he was doing before. So possibly, I mean, what he could be doing. Yeah,
10 seconds.
Yeah. So he took 6 seconds is all that left. That lap, just under. I think Falcon are playing a very, very clever game here. I think they're going to try and get Ben Lechner to the end of the race without him having to stop again. And for that to happen, Andlauer has got to control the amount of laps from here.
Yep.
And so he's pacing himself back to Kolb. There's no big gains or losses in that last lap. 36 to a 39, a 103 to a 104, a 56 to a 57, a 14 to a 15, a 49 to a 49 in the last sector.
So the Ford's got everything to push for.
Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you more when Ben Lechner comes across the... Oh, you see, I've said that, and then Julian Andlauer's just done the fastest first sector of the race. Okay. The last 2 minutes of my life, I've just completely and utterly wasted. And your time. I'm very sorry, dear viewer and listener. I don't think a 1-2 is on unless Kolb has a problem. I think it's too much to ask. The second car is just coming... The third place car, the second of the Falken cars is coming to complete its 4th lap. Now with 36 laps to go. 4.8 to 32, 33, 34. I just can't see it.
It's marginal.
And surely you'd rather finish 1-3 than 1 and nothing. And what I should really be doing is looking at the championship positions to see whether any of the drivers are in, you know, which of the drivers are in better contention. So annoying for Klaus Abbelen, by the way. Still can't find first gear. Clunk. Oh, hello. There he goes. Yep. He's found it. I'm going to suggest that wasn't first.
He certainly got it moving, didn't he? Which is great, and not the easiest thing to do.
I don't think that was first. I think he probably started that in 2nd or 3rd because there was a lot of clutch slipping. I don't even know how do you have a
I'm not sure in that car. If there's I'm not sure in that car. I assume that starting it in another gear is not an option, but he's kindly gone around the top of the carousel. But
still
now
not happy, is it?
Something slipping. You can hear it.
He's got it rolling.
As long as he can bring it back. But there's a lot of slip going on in that drivetrain.
I think you're right. I don't think he can change it down.
So I think the steepest part of the track, if you can get it over the top here, it's a 120 speed limit anyway.
So the problem was, I think he couldn't get it down into reverse. Then he did. And it went backwards enough for him to be pulled out, or he was helped out. I can't decide which one. There was a VW behind. Actually, we've got our German reporter down in the pit lane speaking to the team. So he may have been pulled back by that VW Touareg or Tiguan, and then maybe it was in too high a gear to pull away. So I'm just wondering if he's mentioning it, listening to our German reporter, and Oliver was listening to it as well, and he's going to send us a message. Stuck between 2 gears. Thank you, Oliver. That I got the 2 gears, but I didn't realise what they were saying. Yeah, okay. In between 2 gears. So you do this on a motorbike, a sequential gearbox on a motorbike. Sometimes you get what's called a false neutral. And so he obviously was in a false neutral and couldn't get out of it. And you sometimes you have to just rev the gearbox up and down to get the cogs or the dog gears to mesh and let you get out of it. It's awful on a motorbike when you do it.
Is that a double clutch on that car?
Yeah, it will be, won't it? You'd think so. It's a GT3, so... Oh, no, actually, it might not be. It might just be a full pneumatic, like, mecha line system or something like that punches them in. But that sounds like physically stuck between 2 gears, then that would actually be the selector stuck between 2 cogs rather than 2 virtual gears. There's a lot of gearboxes out there that are torque converter gearboxes, but they replicate the action of a gearbox by when you ask for a gear, it'll change up or change down, as it were. But that being a GT3 car, you'd think they'd be physical gears, wouldn't you? Hindhoff goes to internet to find out what vagaries of 296 gearboxes. Any 296 mechanics out there? Inside the last, or almost inside the last half an hour at the front of the field, Andlauer by a little over 10 seconds, but not pulling out massively. It's a good job by Vincent Kolb, who's getting some extra mileage in the Mustang. Third place, Ben Leuchter is a minute and a half behind second as he went across the line. And lapping He's taking half a second here, losing half a second there. So that second place, I think, is safe for Vincent Kolb in the next 30 minutes in terms of pressure from behind and pace from behind. The one thing I will say, remember, Ben Leuchter is on brand new tyres and he has no... he's not on brand new tyres, in old tyres, and he does have fuel concerns, so he may not be able to push as hard as he wants to. If he's got a pit, there's no way of doing it. Remember, a puncture for both, left rear punctures for both of the Falcon cars, the one running in first and third, put them, particularly the third place car, the number 4, on a different pit strategy. They had to pit rather earlier than they had wanted to. Klaus Abbelen coming down the Dortiger Höhe, and he's knocked the headlamp glass a little bit on that car. But I do think, Peter, that you absolutely cracked that the off was as a result two. And well, Klaus has made it back. That's the good news.
He's still in the car, and I'm hoping he stays in the car, because if they can get him back out, he's completed enough for the race to take a classified finish, but it isn't the way he'd want to finish his GT3 drive.
He's all right for third. He's not going to lose third. He'll be on the podium.
But letting him cross the checkered flag would be a nice thing.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Now, I just want to update you in SP9 Pro Am as well. It's the lightest of touches on the tyre bundle on the front clip, which is probably only €50,000 worth of damage on that Ferrari. No, actually, that'll fix. Frank Stippler has climbed into the Jutta Racing Audi R8 to finish the race with that car. Both that car and Christian Kronies, who's back in the Vantage, they are both ahead of Alex Fontana. 21 seconds between Stippler and Kronies, and then another 45 back to the car collection Porsche. So them going later into the race and having the shorter pit stops at the end. 6th at the moment for Stippy, and he's not going to give up a 21-second lead. Christian Kronies will have to drive out of his skin in that Aston Martin to nick away that SP9 Pro-Am victory for the guys at Jutta Racing. Meantime, I'm still researching
Ferrari gearboxes.
Yeah. They don't always give us the spec. Single disc clutch unit with 6 gears. The designers opted for that, and it's arranged transversely for better aerodynamics and weight distribution. So there you go.
That makes more sense. That it got stuck between two then.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let me have a look. I'm going to Ferrari.com now just to make sure that that is correct. It takes a lot of technology from its road-going twin, and of course the engine block. I'm not sure how many people realise this, but the engine block is the same as the prototype. Just under 3 litres, turbocharged rather than turbocharged twin turbocharged in the prototype, and it's called the prototype is called the 499 because each cylinder is 499 cc's.
Aha!
Do you think Klaus has finished?
Klaus has climbed out. Helmet is coming off.
That is a shame. Handling adaptability. Intervention. Well, that is not the way we wanted to see this end for Klaus, but you know what? He's got a smile on his face, and so he should. What a servant to this part of motor racing, and particularly to this motor racing circuit. An absolute star man. Yeah, single disc clutch, so they were spot on. Say it again, that's why you're here.
Along with our very knowledgeable listeners.
Yes, and our German production team.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Faltenreifen.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Liebe Fans, besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Also ihr habt ja einiges in eurem Rennsportleben schon spannend gemacht, aber glaubt man, als du alleine dort unten in dem Auto saßt, nicht nur hier die Box hat gezittert, die beiden Kollegen in der Kommentatorenkabine, komplettes...
Finishes his GT3 driving at the Nürburgring. I suspect we might see him in some of the young-timer races and the support for the 24. His trademark cap back on in the pit lane, talking to our pit lane reporter. A gearbox issue that put him into the wall and then couldn't get the reverse gear, and then it got stuck between gears in that Ferrari 296. That's history-making Frickadelli team. First ever Ferrari win just a couple of years ago here at the Nürburgring for the N24. Some half an hour or so short of finishing the whole race. He'll still, I think, be on the SP9 AM podium. Yes, he will be. That'll be of scant. He wanted to get that car across the line, Peter. A man who's had a racing career like he has and has committed to this area, to the local sponsors, and put a lot of his own money and his company money and his company business into this type of racing at this circuit. He's gone out. I think he's gone out on a high. Fair play to him for bringing this car back out again.
For sure, and we've mentioned it already, but not to underestimate the challenge of doing this on your own as a sole driver in a car. It's a long way. It's a long way to go, and on top of that, yeah, not just that, but the quickest class. So yeah, absolutely hats off. Very, very impressive to watch. Just monitoring that gap between the leading number 3 car, extending the gap ever so slightly lap by lap, just keeping things comfortable. I suspect the Ford is very, very happy to take that second place.
Yeah. Oh, I think they'd be delighted by that. They've led on pace here. All right, little bit of a stone in the hoof for the Falcon cars with the 2 left rear punctures, but the pace was there early on, certainly to keep them honest, certainly to make them push, and in fact, you know, battling with a number of people. Now that's a car being towed in. That's quite funny actually, because we've got one of the tow vehicles doing the same speed as everybody else is under speed control. So the black Falcon number 48, the gold and red car, not actually going by. I had to look twice there because it was a Falcon-esque colourway on that car, but that's the Aston Martin. That's the 140, isn't it?
Yeah.
The GT4 car, and that's been pulled to one of the exit points.
Just beyond Flansgarten.
Yeah.
Flansgarten 1.
Yeah. You can get straight out onto the road there, actually. So that is that Aston Martin we were talking about earlier on. Wow. What a weekend for Falcon at the front of the field. And it is Julian Andler who is heading out at the moment. Frank Stippler leading. In fact, he's already gone up into 5th position. And now he's coming up on the Black Falcon team, number 48. He must have gone past, because the Black Falcon 48 is on its own on the Dottinger now. Just a little bit from Klaus Abbelen again, confirming he was stuck between 2 gears. Said just a bit of problem with the technical, stuck between 2 gears, but he's proud that he was able to keep up with the leaders for so long. And he said, we are going to see if we can get it fixed for one last lap.
That would be
you
nice.
Can't deny him that, can you, really? They won't want to burn out the clutch or do any damage to the car or indeed get in anybody's way. But it would be good to see him do a final laps. What a weekend, as Jesse Young points out, what a weekend for Nürburgring and NLS racing, when we've had so many new people joining us for the first competitive run around the Nordschleife for Max Verstappen to get his A permit. The final GT3 laps for Klaus Abbelen as well. What a career, and what a double header this weekend. Sort of a, not necessarily a changing of the guard, because this is not going to be for a while at least, a full-time job for Max Verstappen. But that's a really good point that Jesse Young makes in Australia, in New South Wales. Oh, Andlar's off. The leader.
In the wall.
The leader's off. Ford are back in this. The leader's in the wall. Damage. Armco right in front. A slap of the right knee by Julian Andlar, who's not put a wheel wrong.
That is at Hohe Acht, if I'm not mistaken.
It is at Hohe Acht. 16 minutes to go. The drama. The drama. And this is the Nürburgring. Had he lifted off too much? Had he lost his concentration? Oh, my goodness me.
Head in his hands. Head in his hands.
He's given it away. He's given it away and he knows it. Deep breath, deep breath. There'll be another race, there'll be another day, but it's going to hurt for a wee while. Julian Andlar and Jules Sturm had not put a wheel wrong, fought back from a puncture. The team had done their job. An outstanding race in nigh on impossible races to drive yesterday, with water running down the track, rivers of water on slick tyres, and managed to keep it out the barriers. And on a perfectly dry day, he's in the barriers now. Is it his mistake, or has he had another failure?
We'll have to see. There's a car involved on his right-hand side. He's coming up on this left, very tight line compared to the normal line. He's running a little bit wide, but what's happening now?
Yellow flags, yellow flags. He should be slowing down. This is his teammate. This is his teammate. He's gone straight across the track. He's gone straight across the track on the right-hand side. That was his teammate coming to the same spot on the track.
We need to see the replay.
He was coming up to Hohe Acht then, and instead of turning left and right, he's gone straight across that bit of grass that's there and bounced off the Armco.
Interestingly, it's where the 959 Cup 3 car had its issue. There was wet off that side of the track from earlier rain.
Let's see if we can pick this up further back around the lap. He's come out of the Caracciola carousel.
Running onto the AstroTurf.
And there it is.
Exactly the same place as the 959 car.
Yeah. 2 bangs and then across the grass as he tried to drive it away. He's going to have right rear suspension damage. He's pulled it onto an area. So what was that? 15 centimetres wide?
And when it's dry, you can drive over that. You wouldn't choose to, but when it's been wet, it's going to hold that water.
Oh, my goodness me.
It's a very unusual trackside feature, that piece of AstroTurf. You don't find it in many places around the track.
No. And that was where Harley Horton had his incident. Exactly. The car ended. We think the car went over. Certainly, it had mud on this roof, and it was being recovered, having been turned up on its side. And there was evidence that Harley had got out of the car. I was talking about how to get out of a car upside down. What you don't do is just unfasten your belts. If they can't put the car on one side, which they'll try to do, what you have to do is brace your feet up against the bulkhead of the car before you unfasten your belts. Otherwise, you just drop straight down. And then you've got to put your hands up above your head when you can do that, and basically swivel yourself round and do a forward roll in the car. I've done it under controlled circumstances. Audi used to have a road car that they could turn you upside down, which is a very bizarre feeling. And then they had somebody leaning in telling you how to do it. It's exactly the same in a race car.
I can't say it's something I've had to do yet.
I hope it's never anything. I had to do it in a road car once. That was the right rear puncture as well that did that for me. Oh, my goodness me.
What drama with 12 minutes to go. So we've got the splash and dash pit stop.
And here's the splash and dash, yes. So down in the Falcon pits. And again, we'll get this. And they look like... do you know what? They had the wrong tyre stack out there. Those were tyres for the 4 car, not the 3, I think. But that's all right. They've got plenty of time. Unless they're going for a very aggressive tyre strategy. But I can't imagine Ben Lechter can make up the time in such a short amount of time.
Not in 2 laps.
You would have thought the headlines would have pity the journalists. Well, that's a really quick splash for Lechter. He's out. maybe they haven't put tyres on the car. They were just taking the tyres away. They've just put a splash of fuel in. And wow, it is the best and the worst motor racing, extremes of emotion. And just when we were talking about that with Klaus Abbelen, the leader in the wall at Hoacht, a tiny, tiny mistake. The last time a Ford won here was in August 2015, so exactly 10 years ago. VLN5 it was that weekend. Dominic Schrager and Uwe Alten in a Ford GT. Good hustle of Oliver for getting that one out. Great stat.
But it just goes to show the track limits around here are truly the track limits.
Well, you said self-policing, didn't you?
It is indeed.
Self-penalising.
Absolutely right.
Oh, my goodness. Not the weekend that they were hoping for. So now, with 10 minutes to go, Stippler, by the way, up to 5th position and chasing down the SP9 AM leader for 4th. Won't make a difference in the points for the Jutta Racing Audi, but if you know Frank Stippler at all, you'll know that he'll be pushing on, trying to get some time back in the number 8, the chrome, red and black Audi, the better placed of the two Audis. The Keep for Test running in SP9 AM as well. He's second in the class, so that's going to be a 1-2 for Audi there. Other class leaders, Cup 2 Pro, brilliant run again for the GT3 Cup cars. A lap off the lead, but 7th overall. AT2 leader, the Manthey Porsche. That's a good run for them in 14th, well inside the top 20.
And look at the performance of that Cayman compared to all other Caymans in the field.
Yeah.
Quicker than a Cup 3 Cayman with that alternative fuel car.
Yeah.
Very impressive from Manthey.
Yeah. They do know their way around here. Subsumed into Porsche, now a part of Porsche Motorsport, of course, but still with the family connection. Olaf is sort of semi-retired now, but he'll still pop up and you'll see him on the pit wall. Still does a bit of driving in some of the support races for the ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, which is in May next year, by the way. But the family's still there. His son's still involved in it. 3rd place then for Ben Bunagel in the Ford Falcon. I've got Ford on the brain now, haven't I? Black Falcon. All of our Australian viewers and listeners laughing their heads off at the moment for a Ford Falcon. What was your favourite Ford Falcon version? Absolutely brilliant entertainment again this weekend. Proper old school endurance racing, Peter. Had to keep your nose clean, had to get all the calls right yesterday. Today, yes, pace was important, but... And I'm going to trot this one out. If you want to finish first,
you've got to finish.
First, you've got to finish.
And I think, you know, it's a bit like a magician's trick, this place. You know, you just don't know what you're looking at until it's done. And then you look back and you think, that's what was going on. That's why the guy's out of sequence. That's why the guy ran, you know, into the wall. That's why there's always a reason, but you know, it's literally not revealed until the last few minutes, and that's why it's so exciting to stick around to the end. That's when you find out exactly what you've been looking at.
Let me give you some more class leaders as we're coming onto the last lap for our lead car behind that Manthey Griezmann driven machine. SP10 Pro is the Porsche of ADAC Motorsport, the 165 in 17th position. FK Motorsport with their BMW M4 GT4 lead SP8T, being a bit of a BMW benefit that, the 187 then in 18th position. The W&S Motorsport Porsche leads Cup 3 Pro 963 car, just ahead, just a minute ahead actually of the number 944. And 3rd in the Cup 3 is the Schmickler Performance car, and they were in 19th, 20th and 21st.
Phil Hamprecht for RPM Racing is bringing the 991 Cup SP7 leader home. That's the number 78 car. And the 777 Goroyan RT by Sharkey RS3 leads TCR. The Max Kreuzer Racing RS3 AT3 Alpha Tango 3. Number 10 is in 27th position, just a wee bit ahead of that Audi. Then we've got the 680 Pete Terting Sports 240i Racing Cup in the 240i class, but only by 3 seconds, so I'm not calling that one at the moment. By the Breakel Racing car in second, 39th and 40th, the 660 and 687, and we've seen those cars battling all the way through. 396 is Adrenaline Motorsports Porsche Cayman S leading V6. Dupre family outing again in that red 480 VT2 front and all-wheel drive S3. Adrenaline Motorsport in the 330i. Number 500 is inside the top 50, 47th. VT2 rear-wheel drive. The 240i class, Adrenaline Motorsport, no, that's third position there. So we go down to SP3T321. That's the other Goroyan RT. That's another RS3, but the TCR version, 55th position. V5. Oh, very tight between the two Porsche Caymans, the 444 and the 456. The red, white and black car leading at the moment. Just saw a flash of it there, but across the line was only a 1/10 of a second ahead of the 456. So that's one we're not calling yet either. And 3 more to go, I think. BMW 325i class is the 107. They're leading their class. And the timing screen just moved at the inopportune time for me to lose that one. Kevin Sports in the 335 on VT3 460. The 318 Ti Evo 2s leading SP3 in 81st. That's the 277. The M2 Club Sport class is being led by the 899. Privately entered cars, these, if I'm not mentioning team names. 318i 529 in 86th position is our final class leader. All racing for something, and even the cars who've had problems, and there's been a few that have dropped down. Incredible stuff. And at the front of the field then, on to its final lap, and it's Vincent Kolb who is in the lead, and we are waiting for Ben Leuchter to come round. He's not yet completed the previous lap. No worries about fuel here. They got their calculations right. This is the 6th lap of a potential 7 that they could do. After some issues from Falcon. Falcon will come away with this in the bit of the what if, to be honest. Right now, 900 and 901 having a scrap at the moment, and that is for second and third in Cup 2 Pro-Am, and that's changed over because 900 was leading 901 there, so the Black Falcon team's got ahead of Zorg Rennsport in that little battle. So that was one of the close calls.
I sadly haven't seen the 21 car, the Ferrari, come out again.
No.
On this in these last few minutes. Seems to still be in the pit for Klaus Abbelen.
Well, my goodness me. Sum up this race in the whole weekend, Peter. You've got 3 or 4 minutes before the white and blue racing stripe Mustang comes across the line. I thought yesterday was stunning for so many different ways, and it looked like Falcon were picking up where they left off yesterday this morning.
Yeah. I mean, you know, those of us who have had the privilege to drive around and see the Nürburgring in many different guises over the years, you'd say these have been classic races, but there's been some really unusual highlights. Obviously having Max Verstappen here yesterday, really put the spotlight on not just endurance racing, but this place in particular. You know, he's commented many times, this is the most challenging racetrack in the world. He wants to come here, he wants to experience that and challenge himself. I think that's awesome. I'd love to see other professional drivers from that level of the sport come and do the same. We've seen the Ford as a brand establish itself as a serious threat going forwards. You know, they're leading the race here.
Competitive before, very competitive yesterday before the clutch issue, cost them several laps.
And in mixed conditions.
Yeah.
You know, which is a tough thing to do. It comes down to setup, tyres, drivers, you know, team preparation, all those things. But to be able to navigate all those conditions amongst all of the different traffic and weather that was thrown at them, really fantastic and well-deserved results. So we've got a classic Falcon finish yesterday. We've got a very exciting Ford finish at the front of the field today.
Falkman will still be scored in second. The gap is 2 minutes and 18 seconds. One of the Hyundai Elantras coming through onto the Grand Prix circuit. Actually, that's not an Elantra, my apologies. It's one of the hatchbacks. And he was stopped for a moment, the 492. It's not one of the I-30s. And
maybe a fuel issue at this stage.
Yes. Absolutely incredible. Remember, this is only the second year of the Ford Mustang on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. The GT3 program is barely older than that in its entirety. And they're concentrated on IMSA and the FIA World Endurance Championship to start with to get the car up and running. What a year this has been for Ford and Ford Mustang. They had to ask for special permission in the first year. There is the former leader at the side of the track, and Vincent Kolb goes past it again. Half a lap to go there. They had to ask for special permission to make some changes to how the rear diffuser or the diffuser at the back of the car was mounted, because they were having problems with that at Daytona. The boot deck lead, the trunk deck lead, also affected by that when they were running in traffic. They have continually developed this car, and we're hearing now as well another one of the Cup 2 cars stationary, this time at the 949. That wasn't, I think, one of the cars at the sharp end, he says, scrolling very quickly. It was the 948 that was leading, wasn't it? Yes, it was. So I slightly took a deep breath there. Yeah, that's fifth in Pro-Am. That's the SRS Zorg Rendsburg, fifth in Cup 3, should I say. So that's going to lose a position to its team car, the number 969. But going back to Ford, they have continually improved. They have tested the car till something fell off it and fixed it. They have told their drivers to go out and compete. Let's just look at Ford this year. A win in class at Daytona at the Rolex 24 Hours. The first ever Ford support race at Le Mans with 40 Ford Mustang Dark Horse Rs around the Circuit de la Sarthe. And improving results in NLS this season that will culminate in this win. 2025 has been a good year for the Galloping Pony, and Vincent Kolb will bring home the car that Frank Stippler started. They didn't even get the best of qualifying here. Frank Stippler with a yellow flag and a bit of traffic on what should have been his qualifying lap, way down outside the top positions. It'll be 28 laps completed, 28 grueling. It'll be 28 laps completed, 28 grueling, but ultimately happy, victorious laps. Here comes the Ford Mustang GT3. Hout Racing Team win at the Nürburgring. The first time that a Ford has seen the checkered flag. First for 10 years. 2015 with the Ford GT. And that is the culmination of brilliant work by the whole Ford team. And Haupt Racing. Ford GT 10 years ago. Dominic Schrager and Uwe Alten. And a year that competitively started with a win in the Rolex 24 Hours, which has seen Ford Dark Horse R's in their own race around the 8.5 miles of the Circuit de la Sarthe as a support race to the Le Mans 24 Hours. Now sees victory in another one of the classic motor racing endurance circuits of the world. Maybe the hardest, maybe the most demanding, but this weekend certainly the most satisfying for Ford and for Haupt Racing team. There'll be disappointment for Porsche and for Falken, but they'll still take a second place here. Black Falken in third, also winning their class. Frank Stippler did get up to fourth position. Didn't quite catch the Black Falken car, so Jutta Racing take Pro-Am. And what a result for the Cup 2 cars, with Tobias Müller anchoring home the 948, the Act und Versig Lush Motorsport car. Big win for Ford Racing, for their partners Haupt Racing, for Multimatic. And the branding changed last Thursday, a week past Thursday, to Ford Racing. Maybe they'll feel like they want to change it again because it's Ford winning here at the Nürburgring. Peter Kate.
Very good to see, very good to see. You know, I'm all for this cross-brand, cross-class type of racing, as you know, and to see the strengths and weaknesses of these cars really highlighted today.
Just trying to work out. I think that might be a positional battle that is coming to the line between the two BMWs. The 500 numbers are the right sort of area. BMW 240i class. Is that the 680 and the 667? Is that the 240i's? Yes, it might
Looks
be.
like it.
Yeah.
And it's always such a challenge at this time because some cars are now just trying to get to the line. They've got nobody behind them. You've got two cars absolutely battling. They're not going to slow down.
No. We'll confirm that result at the end. But let's revel. If you're a Blue Oval fan, if you're a Pony Car fan, if you're a Mustang fan, if you're a V8 fan, then revel in this moment, because Ford Racing and HRT, Haupt Racing team, with Frank Stippler qualifying and starting, and Vincent Kolb bringing it home. And if you think that motor racing and 4-hour racing and endurance racing, it's just drive around. Look at the emotion right here. Frank Stippler's seen it all and done pretty much everything at the Nürburgring. This has got to be something that will stand very big in his memory.
For sure, for sure. It's an emotional moment when you cross the line after endurance race. You give your all for a long period of time. Obviously, there's a lot of risk around the Nordschleife. You take a deep breath each time you enter it. So to come out with that result, fantastic.
And you only get the first win for a new car once. And Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler can say that. Maybe this is the start of something very special. That 240i battle, by the way, is still going on. They're battling over 40th position, but a winning class. And it's Peter Terting Sports against Brickell Racing. And there's nothing in it between the two cars. It might just be the run down the Dottinger Hurt that will see these positions change. There's not even a BMW's length between them as they are coming towards the end of the lap now. Slight advantage maybe for the car in front
but I'm not entirely certain. They pulled out a little bit of a run there. This is a hard-fought category, as all of the categories are. ADAC Motorsport leading out. We'll give you some of the gist of the interviews in the moment, but it's closing right up again. Brickell Motorsport in the red, white and black car right there. Oh my goodness, they're only... I thought they were further around the track, Peter.
Nope, they're just coming out of carousel and there's traffic ahead. As I said, some of these guys ahead will not be realising there's such a hard-fought battle behind them. They'll be slowing, they'll be thinking about getting across the line, and these two guys are actually hammer and tongs all the way to it.
Oh, it's a class victory. You know, it's a class victory. Absolutely brilliant. 680,
yellow flag zone.
Well,
yellow flag zone.
Absolutely. A couple of cars being recovered. My goodness, the drama. The drama. Again, this is 10 minutes after 4 hours. Exactly what we were talking about earlier in the weekend in terms of what happens. And so the 680 leading at the moment, and the 680 is the P13 Sports by Up to Race, the Boxberg team. And in that car at the moment is John van der Sanden, and behind him in the Brickell Racing in the 667 is, well, it's one of the two Russells. It could be Drew or Aaron Russell. I'm not sure which one. They've been sharing the car. Two Kiwis up from New Zealand.
Coming down to Flansgarten now. Absolutely eyes on stalks through here, especially when you're close to the limit like these guys are.
So the red, white and black car is the New Zealand car with the two Russells, Drew and Aaron, and John van der Sanden with what looks like a decent advantage, but we know on the Dottinger, even on these cars, in fact sometimes especially on these cars, Peter, there's still going to be an aerodynamic
absolutely
drag.
Absolutely, he's closing on him. He's closing on him through these curves here, up to Schwabenschwanz, mini carousel. Two different exit points here, early and late. You can see the difference between the two cars. The red one taking a slightly tighter line, a little slower but tighter.
How close do you want to be coming through Galgenkopf? Do you want to be right underneath, or might you get a little bit of aero push there?
Without aero, like these cars, I would say you want to be a little closer, but it's still going to work.
He's coming.
He may just not have the legs on him, but he'll close. He'll definitely close.
It's funny, isn't it, how the aero works? It looks like little, and then all of a sudden, it's like he's found another gear. No, stay in the draft, stay in the draft. Don't even pull out a quarter of a car. There's an opportunity here, but he's got to time this absolutely right.
Which side will he go?
Round the outside.
So this is going to be on the brakes into Tiergarten.
Yes,
Who's
exactly.
going to be the bravest?
He's pulling up there. They haven't gone through Antonius Bucher yet with a little left-hand kick, so the blue and white car on the inside
now
will get a slight advantage.
Yeah,
that's the side draft coming in there.
Another side draft again for the red car. Watch this.
Now, here we go again. The Kiwis, nose ahead. This is for the win in the class. We're 12.5 minutes past the checkered flag. Leaves the door open, but the Kiwis have come through. Brickell Racing in the 667. This is incredible. Team Russell, Team New Zealand have come through to take it. This is multi-class racing at its best. Heartbreak for the ADAC Sports and John van der Sanden and his teammates Yannick Reinhardt and Alboreto, but it goes to Drew and Aaron Russell. Not sure which of the two Russells were on board there, but what a finish. And thank you so much to the production team for picking that up on the helicopter, putting the resources into that and giving those guys their moment of glory. My great thanks to, as ever, our camera operators and all the technicians at Nürburgring TV. Peter Kate was alongside me in the Global Broadcast Centre, and Tim Gray was our executive producer for the Global Audio back in London. My name's John Hindorf. Plenty of racing to come. This weekend has been one to savour. Max Verstappen making his first competitive outing in endurance racing here at NLS. Klaus Abbelen calling time on a brilliant career in the sport here. Next up, ADAC Barbarossa Prize, the NLS9. It'll be Johnny and Bruce for that one. If you're Ford, you're celebrating. Ford racing, Ford winning at the Nürburgring.
Ja, war besser als erwartet, um ehrlich zu sein, weil ich dachte, dass das Gesamtpodium schwierig sein wird heute. Ja, wir haben, glaube ich, das ganze Team, alle Fahrer.